Hello, everyone. I hope we have the monster hype train building because we're about to head into an excellent set of talks. I'm happy to be back. I'm so hyped. Speaker breakout rooms were great. I hope people got a chance to spend some time there. Had a wonderful time. I was totally cheating and taking advantage of Kawa having one screen up and me having the other so I could be both at once. I don't recommend trying that with your browser tabs. It doesn't work very well, but get a friend. And we're going to have another great set of talks here. We're going to have more juice. The juice will flow, and it is going to be a good time. Reminder that we got the speaker kind of notes up in the theater. If you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube or anything like that, you can still get a ticket on Eventbrite for the very end of the conference and come to our social space. And if you're running into problems, remember, you can always try refreshing the page. This is custom-made software ourselves. And I'll also shout out Steam sale ends on Monday. Merch ends on the 23rd. Get all of your stuff. We are heading into the end of the weekend, sad as that is. So hitting you with those last-minute reminders. And if you have space feedback, maybe try and take a moment to leave that in the central hall at some point today. We really appreciate it. It helps us build out a better kind of set of social space choices for next year. I know we've tried some new things like the breakout rooms. We've tried some new things with the embedded video chat, which we know has had some drawbacks, but it would be great to know what people think of it. So if you get a chance, we really appreciate that. It helps us make the space even better. And yeah, all kinds of fun note walls too. We'll be doing our best to share those in some form after the conference through Twitter and our mailing list. So just keep an eye for that, along with all the notes in the Space Hangar Lounge. I know people are excited. We've been retweeting stuff like slides from our speakers as it comes up, but we will have a big dump of those at the end of the conference, along with all of our videos on YouTube. So without further ado, waiting so patiently, I'd like to introduce Chris McCormick, who's here to talk about our favorite topic of Roguelike Celebration 2021, juice.
Hello. Excuse me. Sorry for the darkness of my camera. I forgot that the sun would not be up yet, and normally this room is lit by the sun. So it is a little bit dark. Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here to talk about building juicy minimal roguelikes in the browser. By the end of this talk, I hope to have equipped your mental inventory with the tools to start your own browser-based roguelike development adventure. So what do I mean by juicy and what do I mean by minimal in the context of roguelike games? So let's talk about minimal roguelikes first. What does it mean to be minimal? For me, it means building a game with the barest essential gameplay elements. They're turn-based, they're permadeath, entities in the game have various attributes, you walk around to collect things and you fight baddies. As you use things and fight baddies, mathematical attributes are updated. Interesting worlds arise as a result of the interaction of those various attributes. So, I mean, that's pretty much a description of a minimal roguelike. Because roguelikes have become these deep games with lots of emergent complexity. I'm sure you know of the many of the games that people are playing these days with these high levels of complexity, big complicated worlds. I grew up playing NetHack and later the original Rogue. And I remember discovering Rogue after NetHack and finding it really refreshing. For me, Rogue represents minimalist perfection. There's enough going on that it doesn't get boring, but it leaves plenty of space for the player to make up their own narrative. I wrote my first game on the Apple IIe at 8 years old. It was a turn-based game where you control the letter X and try not to get caught by the letter O. You can see that on the screen at the moment. Excuse me. This is basically an extremely minimal roguelike, but I think it's an example of going too minimal to really call it a roguelike. So that's what I mean by minimal here. In the context of video games, juicy means the same thing as game feel. It's a combination of sound and animation that happens in response to some input that makes the game feel alive. Screen shake is an example of juice. This is an example of screen shake from a demo called Chicken Sword. Notice how the screen literally shakes as the character lands on the ground. This demo by game developer Ulon displays a ton of juice. So notice the dust trail as the character moves, the movement of the grass, the movement of the lamp as the player donks against it, the muzzle flash, the way the character is pushed back when they're firing, the yellow ball of the shot, and the smoke which results as the shot expires. So that's 7 different elements of juice that you can see at once. All of this together adds a great deal of feeling to the game. So that's what I mean by minimal, juicy roguelikes. The gameplay is minimal and they're graphically rich. The web browser is a perfect environment for making these types of games because the web browser has batteries included. I'm going to show you the games I've made with browser tech to give you an idea of what you can do. Asteroid was my first solo developed commercial game. In it, you discover a hollow asteroid filled with procedural mines, facilities, alien creatures, and space loot. The gameplay is minimal. It's a smaller and simpler game even than Rogue, but it's graphically richer. In this GIF, you can see some of the juice I was talking about with screen shake, monster ghost, hit point indicator, and when you collect an item, it pops off the top of the screen. I made this in a high-intensity 1.5 month development spurt in 2020. I built it for the browser and ported it to Android and Windows. This was basically as a result of having always wanted to make this game and finally saying if I don't do it now, I never will. I'm currently in the process of updating Asteroid and porting it to Apple devices. My latest game is Smallest Quest. The gameplay is even more minimal than Asteroid. I noticed my kids really love turn-based play and I wanted to make a game that appeals to kids. You collect items such as the items as cards, which is directly inspired by the game Patient Rogue. In this game, I wanted to explore the idea of quests or missions, so the gameplay is roguelike with missions. It's a short game with gamepad play and simple graphics. I hand drew all of the sprites, which was a lot of fun. In the end, my kids gave it a thumbs up, so that's a win. So that's enough about my games. Why use the browser as the runtime for your game? So you can find a browser on pretty much every modern computer. It's a completely ubiquitous runtime environment. Developing for browsers is fast. There's no compilation step, and with modern live reloading technology, you can see changes as soon as you make them. Browsers support different types of graphics out of the box: plain images, SVGs, and even OpenGL 3D rendering through WebGL. Browsers have excellent support for different typefaces. Rendering text is as easy as changing an HTML tag. There is built-in support for touch and mouse events if you need them. CSS animations let you add all kinds of movement, and that's what I'll be talking about in a minute. Live object inspection using the developer console means you can modify data structures in real time. And finally, developing... Excuse me, sorry. I seem to have a cold. Developing for the browser makes your code highly portable. As long as there is a browser on a given platform, your game will run there. And it's also easier to reach players for that reason because everybody has a browser. Now I'm going to show you how you can copy and paste together about 200 lines of code to make a basic functioning browser-based roguelike. It's not a complete game, but it's enough for you to build something great off. All you need is a web browser and internet access so you can get hold of Rot.js. Rot.js, short for Roguelike Toolkit in JavaScript, is an excellent roguelike development library by Andre Zara. I hope I pronounced his name right. You can use Rot.js with JavaScript, TypeScript, ClojureScript, or any other front-end browser language. It takes care of console rendering, random number generator, pathfinding, field of view, map generation, keyboard input, tile maps, scheduling, and has support for hex tiles. So the only thing you need to do to start using it is put a single script tag into your HTML file. Andre has a great introductory tutorial on Rogue Basin and a couple of very useful JS Fiddle demos. I've made this GitHub repository with links to all of that so that you can find it after my talk, and I'll post that in the chat as well. But basically, it's at github.com, and my username is chr15m. And then the repository is called Roguelike Celebration 2021 with hyphens. It also has an HTML script tag for loading the Rot.js library right here. So I said we only need a browser, but usually you need a text editor to write code. Luckily, these days there are a number of IDEs that run inside the browser, so you don't even need a text editor to get started. I made a browser-based text editor myself, specifically for making web apps, which you can find at slingcode.net. So I'm going to pull it up now to, whoops, where did my, I'm going to pull it up now and use it to create our first browser-based roguelike. So all we're going to do is take Andre's tutorial code from JS Fiddle. So here in this repository that I've shared, there's a few links here. There's the Rot.js tutorial on Rogue Basin, which if you want to do it from scratch yourself, that's a good place to start. It's got 3 parts and you can do it quite quickly. But there's also, Andre's made this JS Fiddle with the result of doing the tutorial. So it's sort of like the full demo game. So I'm actually going to go in here and just copy that code. And I'm going to, in Sling Code, I'm going to create a new, so this is basically a online app editor. And you just get this index.html file when you first start. So I'm going to paste Andre's code in here. And so it's only about 100 lines long. And I've just pasted it into the script portion of the index.html file. So now the other thing I need is the actual script tag so that it loads Rot.js from the web. So I'm going to go back to my GitHub here and I'm going to copy that one and go in here and I'm going to say, paste that one in. So now when I save that and run it, I should get Andre's game in the tab here. Yeah, so this is this is Andre's nice little demo game. Basically, you run around looking for your lost banana and avoiding a monster character called Pedro, represented by the P character. So you can move and press enter, and it has a pop-up which says if the box is empty or if you found the banana. And oh, I just won. Okay, so yep. And so it's quite simple, but it features many of the things you'll need, like keyboard input, etc. So I'm actually just going to remove this hello world tag here so that we just have the game. So I've got an empty body tag and Rot.js inserts itself into that empty body tag. So this is a great start if you want a console game. You can dive right in and just start tweaking that. And as I said, you can just use a simple text editor and load it up in your browser. And you only need one file, that's index.html with this code. And you could start tinkering with the different properties of this little mini demo and start building out your own roguelike. So in the GitHub README, you'll also find another link to another demo by Andre showing how to integrate tile map graphics. So that's this second link here, Rot.js tile map example. Now, this one is even shorter. It's only 29 lines. And all that's happening here is he's creating a simple digger map and rendering it with these tile graphics with this nice little four character tile set. So I'm going to take that, basically this exact code, and paste it in, but I'm actually going to use a different tile map. So I'm going to use the Kenny.nl. I don't know if you know of the Kenny.nl, but he has this great tile map called Micro Rogue. And I've just enlarged it here to 5 pixels by 5 pixels. And I've indexed. So with Rot.js, basically you index into the tile map and you give each character a name. So this is my main character I'm going to use. Here's a little chest. This is a floor tile. And I'm just going to grab this code from, so I'm going to grab this code from the GitHub, which basically sets up the tile map. I'm just going to paste that in as well. So as you can see, just a few lines of code there. That's loading the tilemap.png, this file here. And then you've got the actual tile map. So the at character is mapped to 4,0, the dot character is mapped to 4,4, etc. And then there's a couple of things I need to do to hook it up. So this rot.display, I need to pass it in there. So Rot.js sets up the display here. And I'm just going to tell it, instead of using a console-based display, I want you to use these options above here, which is the tile map. And then finally, in the digger, so the map generator itself, I'm going to tell it to use the width and height of the same as what I've specified in the options here. And finally, I need to add this bit, which is saying wait for the tile map to load before you actually trigger the initialization of the game. So I'm going to replace this last line here, game.init, with waiting for the tile set to load. And if I save that, yeah, so we get the same demo load up, except now it has the tile set integrated. And again, I can just move around, pressing enter to check the boxes. And Pedro is now represented by this little zombie graphic. And yeah, so it's the same basic game as before, except it has tile map. Yeah, so, okay. So you can see straight away that getting a mini graphical roguelike going is fairly trivial in HTML and JavaScript. A single HTML file, couple hundred lines long. I'm going to show you some other cool features of using the web browser now. The first one is fonts and text rendering in general. So let's say we want to add some text-based UI to our game and display the number of hit points. We can, because it's the browser, we can easily overlay text in whatever font we like on top of the game simply using an HTML tag. So we'll put a p tag, which is a paragraph tag, into this file. And I'll go in here because here's one I made earlier. I'll copy that and paste that into the body here. So what this will do is it should add the text hit points 5 at the top of the screen here. So I hit save, and that's what I get. I get hit points 5 at the top. Now you could change this body tag and change your code so that that's updated in real time, procedurally specifying the number and updating it when it changes. But I'm just for the sake of display, I'm just going to keep it static. And so the other thing we need to do is add. So like basically at the moment, this looks pretty terrible. It's just a simple Times New Roman font. So what we can do is go over to Google Web Fonts and find a better font. And then when you select it here, when you say, I want to use this style, you get the include here. And then we can just dump that into our HTML to start using that font. So I'm going to do that. And then the final thing you have to do is just include this stuff. So in the body tag. So up in my CSS here, I will add that into the body tag. And if I save that, I get this rendered in the nice pixel font from Google Web Fonts. So as you can see, this kind of iteration is very fast, I'm updating with fonts and things like that. Now, I can also put styles. I'll just add these styles quickly to lay it out a bit nicer. So what that does is it's saying put this absolutely on the page. So at the moment it's at top 36 pixels, but I can move it to the bottom quite easily. And that's gone down the bottom. But as you can see, it makes laying it out quite easy. And you can do that with any kinds of overlaid stuff. So the cards in Smallest Quest, the demo I showed you before, done like that. And Rot.js itself also has support for different fonts when doing the console-based rendering that I showed you in the first part. So rather than overlaying, it does it inside it. So another thing, I'm running out of time, but SVGs are pretty cool. I used SVGs a lot in Asteroid, and they scale smoothly. And they're built into the browser as well. So by default, Rot.js renders everything into a single canvas element. If I inspect the element, you can see this pretty clearly. So I'm going to say inspect, and you can see here the canvas element, and there's my element I added before. They're two separate things, but the entire game is currently being rendered into this one canvas, which works kind of like a giant image. If we want to use some of the cool built-in features of the web browser, we need to overlay some HTML elements onto our game. So what I want to do is build an overlay on top of this character here, so that I can see that, so that I can make it interactive, basically. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I've got some more code here on the GitHub that can be copy pasted. But so basically, I'm just going to add a box with a div tag to my demo here. So underneath the hit points, we're going to add another box, and I can place that box on the screen. And now what I want to do is actually, so you won't be able to see the box when I first save it, but I'll add a little size. So width, maybe 42 pixels, height, 42 pixels. And now you can see that box right there. So the little red box, but we actually want this to overlay on top of the player character so that it's useful. And again, on the GitHub, there's a little bit of code here which does that. So I won't explain all of it, but basically in the players on update function, what we want to do is move the box so that it overlays on top of the canvas over the player, so we can then use that. So I'm going to take that bit of code and I'm going to go down here to player.draw. So when it updates where the player's position is on the screen, we also want it to update the box. So I'll paste that in here. And when I save that, we now see that the red box is overlaid on top of the player. So that's pretty cool. As the player moves around, we've got this little, and if you inspect this in the browser, in the console, you can see that it's actually separate to the canvas. So the canvas is underneath and the div is on top. And we can use that. So what can we do with this box once it's overlaid? We can add juice like sparkles or dust effects or bounce. We can actually even render this character straight into the box instead of onto the canvas. So we have a sprite layer as well. And that means that you can, so in Smallest Quest, I used that technique, and you could move the character independently. And then let's try one more thing, which is adding a click handler. So when you click on this box, so anytime you click on the character, you'll see something. That's a very simple little piece of code here, which is you just say box.ondraw, box.onClick. So we've got this little onClick handler. So box.onClick equals function, and then we're just going to alert, change that so that it says, I am the player. So now, if we move the player around, when we click on the player, we should see an alert that says, I am the player. So yeah, as you can see, you can add overlay elements quite easily. So in both of my games, I use this trick of placing HTML elements over the canvas to accomplish various things. I'm going to bring up my latest game, Smallest Quest, now so I could show you this. I took this idea one step further in Smallest Quest. I used Rot.js to draw all the backgrounds, but I drew the characters and items inside floating divs on top of the game. So the characters and items here are all drawn as those floating divs. And all the juice you can see here is done with style sheet animations. So this bobbing item and the way the players jump, and during combat, you get these little overlays which show that. So the sword swipe, that's also done with the same technique. And one pretty cool thing is you can inspect this object in real time. So if I bring that one up, you can see that it's bobbing there, and you can actually select the element. And finally, I added this. So yeah, I'll just quickly show you. This is the code for doing the CSS animation. I'm running out of time, so I won't talk you through this, but basically you just add a class to each item, and then you can animate it with a CSS animation. And you can see this is very short and declarative, so it's very quick to add this type of juice. So finally, I want to show you a cool trick that you can use, because you can bind data and event handlers to on-screen elements, so you can do some pretty nifty things. In the Smallest Quest code base, I have an event handler on each item and monster, which logs the property of the thing to the console. So what's cool about that is you can edit it in real time. So let's say this piece of food here, I'm doing some game balance and I want to make it, oops, I ate it. I'll drop it again. So I'll click that one. And now if I go to the console, hopefully you can read this, but you can see here it's got item clicked, and then it's got the properties of the item actually dumped. And what I can do is change the properties of that item. So this one's got food of 5, which I could change it so it's sort of like food of 10. And then when I collect that item, it'll actually have 10 food. It's more interesting if you do it with a monster or a, so I can make this, I'll chase this bat over here, and I can make this bat into a super bat so here I should have a monster clicked, and I can go in here and I can change his damage to be 20. So now if this bat hits me, that's it, I'm toast. Yeah, one hit and it got me. So as you can see, what's cool about that is you can do game balance in real time. So the final advantage I want to talk about is portability. First of all, if you target the browser, anyone can run your game, but also there's a bunch of projects which let you run web-based things in weird places. So for Asterogue, I used the Apache Cordova framework to make native Android builds of my game. This was fairly trivial to get working, maybe one day of work. Basically, all it does is wrap up a web view as a native app. So the code I'm using in the browser for debugging is exactly the same as the code I'm using on the phone. For the desktop ports of both Asterogue and Smallest Quest, I use Electron, which also give you access to the developer console and let you do live tweaking. Yeah, so that's my talk. I hope it's given you some ideas about how you can use the web browser to make your next roguelike game in JavaScript. By the way, I'm releasing the graphical tiles from Smallest Quest as a standalone free tile set called Doodle Rogue. That should be up on chr15m.itch.io, which is my personal itch page. And I'll also announce that on the Roguelike Dev Reddit when I finally get that up. Finally, you can find me on Twitter, and my personal site is mccormick.cx. The bottom link is Punk Collective there. That's me and some other friends who are releasing one game a month. If you're interested in finding out about our releases, there's an email sign up at the bottom of thepunkcollective.com. So thanks very much for having me. It's a real honor to talk at Roguelike Celebration. And just quickly, I will post that link to the GitHub with all of these resources into the chat afterwards. I believe there's a room which I'll go to. So if you have any questions, hit me up.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, and we have time for a few questions, and we've been getting some posted. The first one, I think, pretty straightforward. Where can we get the Chicken Sword game?
I don't actually know. I just found a GIF, doing an image search. But yeah, that did look very cool.
Okay,
I think it's actually.
Someone will have to hunt.
I think it's just a GIF.
Okay. All right. Well, bad news, everyone. But here's another, I think, a solid question from Foxtel David. How do you handle just generally, like these types of browser games, making it responsive at different browser sizes?
Yeah, so I had to wrestle with that quite a bit. I have a project which is a roguelike boilerplate for the browser, which is like pretty much this demo, but a bit more advanced, and it does that. So basically, my technique is just center it on the screen, and if you're on mobile, shrink it down a little bit because people are used to seeing smaller interfaces. So you can fit less on the screen, but you make it smaller, basically, if that makes sense. Right. Yeah, so I would. That's how I would do it, just centering on the screen. And by that, I mean centering the character at the center of the screen. And the way I did that was with a CSS translate transform. So you can pick up the character position of the canvas and then just shift the whole thing on the screen to the middle.
Right, cool, that's clever. Another question from Hypergardens. How would you advise someone host their game on GitHub Pages, or is there something else particularly handy?
Yes, I mean, it depends what you want to accomplish, but I know itch.io has a built-in HTML hosting, so you can just upload a zip file with your index.html, and it'll unpack and people can play it right on the page. And yeah, so the other way would be GitHub static hosting, and there are a ton of other static hosts now, like Netlify and can't remember any of the other ones, but yeah, there's quite a lot of different techniques. I host my stuff on a VPS using a deployment platform called Piku, which is like a self-hosted platform as a service.
Cool. All right. Another question here from Hypergardens. Can you do text effects with CSS animation?
Yes, you can. You can do some pretty cool stuff, like a glow effect you could do. So the text has a drop shadow, but you can make it look like a glow, and then you can have it like kind of pulsating, which is pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of different things you can experiment with there.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Just looking through some of the other questions here. That's an interesting one from Sardonic. Can't users cycle through div elements using tab? And is that a problem for stuff like I assume like the clickable, like the character div and stuff like that, or does it end up working nicely?
So
that does not come up.
Yeah, I think so. I think he means when you press tab, so on a form or something like that, you get the different elements selected. I'm not sure how that would work. And yeah, you would have to be careful if you want to not let people edit the game in real time. You'd have to figure out a way of disenabling that.
Yeah. Cool, that's a good question. Yeah, and I mean, Kate points out that tab-based navigation can be really great for accessibility. So there might be some interesting stuff there. If you already have a div for something like a player that normally would be a click, then being able to also support tab over and hit enter.
Yep. And also, I mean, yeah, you can make it just completely keyboard driven like any other roguelike. So, have I for the inventory and then bind keys to using things from the inventory, etc.
Right. Cool. One other question, which is kind of about the balance between juice and innovative gameplay. I mean, I think we want both, but
yeah,
kind of, I guess, if you have any tips or how you feel about approaching some of those balances of, I guess, time you put in.
Yeah. So, I mean, my thing is, like most people, I'm very time constrained. So, and I have other projects I want to work on. So I try and I'm constrained in making my games very minimal, but I think it would be cool. It would be very interesting to see a game that has a lot more depth with also some juice. So, taking one of the classic roguelikes we all know and love and, really juicing it up and making it more exciting to play.
I like that. I like the thought of we get, a juicy NetHack fork. Juice hack.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I think that's something I would love to see, an extremely juicy version of NetHack. It's open source, fork it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I thought about doing this a while back, but then you'd have to, because NetHack is C, you'd have to find a way to compile it with WASM. And there are ways to do that, to bring it into the browser. Otherwise, you could, do some kind of, I think there might be OpenGL renderers for NetHack on the back end, doing it all client side. But that's kind of like, not something that I have tinkered with very much, but
yeah,
that's a cool idea.
Yeah, I wonder, you might be better off picking something like DCSS that's already got quite a lot of nice tile set web-based things, but it's an interesting thought. Yeah. At this point, just spitballing. I'm just excited. Oh, and it looks like someone in chats shared a link to get Angband in WASM. So, juicy Angband.
Yeah, that would be super cool.
It's good too.
I would love to see that.
Excellent. Well, maybe we'll see it next year. Thank you so much, Chris, for all this. I hope that we end up seeing some more juicy games on the browser.
Yeah, cool. Thanks so much for having me. It's a real pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So next up, we are going to be introducing well, I know who it is. I'm going to bring up my spreadsheet, but it's Rich Wilson. Hello, Rich. Nice to have you.
Hello.
And so you were previously the lead level designer at Arcane Studios and helped create Prey Moon Crash. You've been working on immersive sims for over a decade. I know you've moved on to new things at this point. I'm not sure if that's something that you want to give the details on, or if it's still a little up in the air. But
I'm currently doing level design at Archetype Entertainment here in Austin.
Yeah, excellent. And you're here to talk to us about roguelikes, immersive sims, and the Church of Simulation, which I just love as a phrase. So, take it away.
All right, thanks. This is my talk, roguelikes, immersive sims, and the Church of the Simulation. And this is basically using Moon Crash, my experience on Moon Crash, as a kind of focus to talk about my experience building immersive sims and the ways that I think simulation can produce the strongest player experiences. It's also about the kinship between immersive sims and roguelikes that kind of became apparent as I was working on the project, and these sort of similarities that bubbled up. It's also about limitations and opportunities that we came across when bringing roguelike elements into a sort of AAA gaming space with higher fidelity representation and things like that. There will be a lot of examples from development on the project, as well as lots of little tangents that spiral off here and there. I'm coming from an immersive sim background. I know this is a roguelike conference, so I'm presenting my observations as an outsider, and I humbly, bow before the roguelike experts here. A bit about me, we kind of covered this already, but I've got 13-ish years experience working on immersive sims, 17 total in the industry. Going back to BioShock 2, Dishonored, and Prey. I am a casual enjoyer of roguelikes and roguelites, and a fan of procedural generation as a technology in general. So all these things kind of were a happy confluence for me when working on Moon Crash. for starters, just a bit of background and primer on some terminology and things like that. So immersive sims, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with what an immersive sim is, but I thought it might be useful to give my sort of lens on what they are, given my experience, and just to make sure everyone's on the same page. As you can see here from this, this little diagram, I don't know where the diagram's over there. Yeah, you can see there are lots of different, games that kind of fall under the umbrella. But my sort of basic blanket term is something that takes simulation depth from something like Dwarf Fortress, maybe not quite as deep as Dwarf Fortress, but marrying that with the sort of immediacy and embodiment and presence of a first-person shooter like Wolfenstein, right? And so you've got many games that kind of fall under this category. I don't know if I have a cursor here to point at things, but you can see in the upper right corner there, the sort of progenitor of all this, the Ultima Underworld. And then a lot of other games, Far Cry 2, System Shock 1 and 2, etc., that follow this trend. And what that simulation depth means is that enemy NPCs have an organic awareness model instead of just knowing where the player is at all times. They don't spawn and shoot directly at you. They can, they have vision cones and things like that. You may have things like elemental propagation, like fire through grass, or electricity through water, or things like that, instead of it just being like a particle effect with a damage volume on it. Things of that nature, right? And again, this creates lots of fuzzy boundaries. If you look at like Breath of the Wild, is Breath of the Wild an immersive sim? Is Job Simulator an immersive sim? Things like that. This is where the sort of church of the simulation kind of comes into play. Both immersive sims and roguelikes rely heavily on simulation and math to kind of determine outcomes. And often as emergent results of systems colliding with each other and stuff like that. I think there is a sort of capital T truth to the outcomes of these systems as they interact with one another that you don't get from more like quote unquote cinematic games. If an event occurs because of systems, then it actually happened in this sort of microcosmic reality, whereas anything else is just someone telling you about it happening, right? It's it happens the same way every time. It's an accounting of a tale rather than something legitimately occurring, if that makes any sense. And I think that this can result in dramatic failures as well as dramatic triumphs, and these player stories that come out of this are very powerful. There's an article called "The Dice Can Kill You" on Polygon talking about first edition AD&D, and there's this anecdote about a wizard that was the final surviving party member, and they cast a disintegration spell on a goddess who had 95% magic resistance and a saving throw of 2 or better or something like that. And because of the luck of the dice and the tenacity of the wizard, they disintegrated a goddess and won the scenario, or survived or whatever. And this resonated with them, and it's the kind of thing, if you have D&D friends, you hear this kind of stuff all the time. But it's the kind of thing that you talk about for years to come because of the sheer audacity of the situation and the fact that it, again, it's not something the Dungeon Master said happened. It's something that happened because of systems, impartial, systems, basically. So in immersive sims, a lot of this stuff comes about through something we call systemic design. These slides here are from a talk that Randy and Harvey Smith gave around 2004. You can find it on the GDC Vault. It's on YouTube as well. But the gist is that anything in the world that is placed is placed as the sort of full representation of itself, right? So if you see a gas can, it's not just a static mesh. Like anytime you place the gas can, it is a gas can, and that means it can explode or be picked up and dropped or be used to fuel things or whatever. It has systemic properties, right? And so, one way to handle this is to, like in the top slide there, is to hard code interactions between every single thing in your game and everything that could possibly interact with. And that's brittle and time consuming. And it means you're less inclined to add stuff to your game because of the combinatorial workload that's required. But instead, what immersive sims try to do is distill that stuff down into this sort of stimuli that they produce, and then things that can respond to stimuli. So, both the flaming arrow and the candle produce fire, and that is a system, that is a sort of systemic signal element. And then there are certain things that respond to fire, like a torch might light or an oil puddle might ignite or whatever. So if you get, a situation where someone shoots a guard and the guard's standing over an oil puddle and they drop a torch and the torch ignites the puddle, that all happens through systems instead of someone, very precariously hard coding a sequence of events, like, with trigger volumes or something like that. So that's where you get this sort of the honesty of the simulation sort of informing the structure of the game and the world and things like that. And the systems, they free you from this sort of brittle, handcrafted interactions system, or not system, the brittle, handcrafted interactions that you could code or script or whatever, that make every new situation, a big headache to author and things like that. And they break in a million ways if they're not systemic. Now, occasionally, on Dishonored, we had many situations where there are these extravagant situations that characters are involved in. Usually NPCs are the ones that sort of force us into scripting, because you can't make NPCs systemically think about the world that well yet. But so I had a situation in my mission where one character was trying to poison other characters, and it resulted in what I call systemish design, where scripting of these dramatic authored scenarios needs to marry up with systems, right? You have these systems that are out here doing their own thing, and then you've got this one area that's like, okay, well, I want this to be kind of constrained, or these sequences of events to happen within this system. So the poisoning consists of a wine bottle and 2 wine glasses, and you can come in the room beforehand and mess around with it and switch the poison or whatever you want to do. But the problem, or the problem to solve, was the fact that the bottle and the glasses were bottles and glasses, right? They weren't just meshes depicting a bottle and glasses. They were bottles and glasses. And throughout the game, anywhere those are placed, they can be broken because you're wielding a sword and a crossbow and things like that. So there was a crossroads here. What to do? And because of where I worked and because of my sort of penchant for self-punishment, I was going to support those things being breakable, right? Because a player could drop in, break that, and then what happens, right? The poisoning scene can't just go off the same way. So what happens? And so I ended up scripting listeners to listen for the things being broken, and then when the characters get to a certain point in their walk around the room, then there's a branch, basically. And is this broken? Is it not broken? And then there's a whole backup plan where the guy lures him down to the basement and stabs him in the back instead. And then I went back, because the interaction was a context menu, I went back and took Spill the Glasses and added that to the little context menu, because I'd already put the work in on it. So why not surface it more for more players to kind of discover and see what happens, right? So in this case, this is, again, the sort of church of the simulation asserting itself. The authored content bows to the simulation. Now, things must be changed, things must be updated, and so forth. It's a game designer, legendary game designer, Chris Crawford, who this is him at GDC back in '92 before he galloped out of the industry altogether with his sword brandished like you do. He's currently working on, I think he's still working on procedural storytelling stuff with Storytron and things like that. But he coined this term that I really like called process intensity. And the gist of it is, process intensity is the degree to which a program uses processes instead of data, and sort of emphasizing that games are better at processes than data, right? Better at sort of making branches and supporting choices and stuff than pushing around animations or images or things like that. And I think immersive sims embody this content, sort of pulling the content towards the systems end of the spectrum. I think this is also something that can go wrong if you misuse the concept of branches and loops and things like that. You can get what I call the threat of infinite content. This is more stuff I was thinking about when working on Mooncrash. But just because you can make something loop 1,000 times doesn't mean you should make it loop 1,000 times. Just because you could procedurally populate a warehouse with crates that the player has to search, doesn't mean you should, right? And it's not necessarily like evil, but there could be this part of you that's like, yeah, I want to give the player more gameplay, hours and hours of gameplay. But there's this sort of zealotry that can emerge when you're tinkering with these kinds of things to try and make them express themselves in the most extreme way, I guess. All right, next up, some stuff from Mooncrash. So Mooncrash, it was a DLC for our immersive sim Prey. Took a lot of the immersive sim tenets and introduced some roguelike elements to it. we used this framing story that the player is a hacker trying to break into a simulation of a moon base. That way we had our nice framing story so we could have our sort of static narrative being told while all the loopy system stuff is happening safely contained within. So it was kind of like having our cake and eating it too. The player has to escape from the moon simulation 5 different ways with 5 different characters, among other things, but that's the sort of thrust of the whole experience. We didn't start with roguelikes as a thing to dissect and incorporate necessarily. We just wanted to come up with economic ways to create new and interesting experiences. And we were playing, some of us were playing like Darkest Dungeon, Rogue Legacy, Risk of Rain, stuff like that at the time. And so there were lots of ideas like, hey, this could fit in, this could, be applied and such. And in the process of doing that, we had this sort of two genres that were sort of smashing together, like peanut butter and chocolate or whatever. And some ideas very neatly fit within that Venn slice in the middle, for Mooncrash. And then there were some things that we were trying to get in from either angle. Like, what if there were a more, authored narrative for drama purposes or whatever, or what if there were more procedural generation or something like that. And some things just did not quite slot in there due to, mechanics, theme, budget, stuff like that. One of the first major things we talked about was death and replay. I mean, the whole thing is about loops, death and loops. And so, we basically explored lots of different options, and we distilled everything down to 2 models that we ended up calling the Spelunky and Rogue Legacy models. I realize there are lots of other games that do similar kinds of things with their death and stuff like that, but those are just the ones we settled on. So the Spelunky model was, okay, the game is stateless, right? You can play this thing over and over and over again. Every time you play it, it starts from the start, ignoring the shortcuts and whatever. In Spelunky, it is basically like a sport or like a session-based kind of thing. They have the daily challenge and stuff like that. We even thought about daily challenges and things of that nature. That was one model. And then on the other hand, we had the Rogue Legacy model, where death is kind of brought inside the systems with persistence. There's progress towards an ultimate goal that you don't just get the first time through. I'm sure people probably could, but you're ultimately trying to do something far-reaching, and you're getting there through multiple deaths through playing through the game, right? So we took this idea and ran with that for our game, and for various reasons I'll mention soon, I guess. So we incorporated that, and we went an additional step, having multiple characters that you could play. So now you have this meta progression on top, but then you've got sort of loops within loops. So so the characters, you unlock them as you play. Inspiration partially from Risk of Rain, mostly from Risk of Rain, honestly, but also like Maniac Mansion, maybe just in my head, but that was something that kind of loomed large in my background. But when one character dies, you play with, or escapes, I guess, you play with another character, and they kind of step in exactly where the last one left off. So you get this accountability and sort of long-range player agency, where your choices then impact your next self, who can then make choices and impact your next self, and so forth, until all 5 of the characters either escape or die, and then the whole simulation resets, and you start over. There's some meta progression currency and stuff that you can use to sort of beef up your characters and give them more options, sort of like Rogue Legacy, but the simulation itself resets, and so all the escapes reset, doors relock or unlock, and things like that, right? They pick up in the same world where the last one left off, and so you get this interesting choice structure where you can have a whole lot of loot as one character, and then you could escape on a shuttle and take all that stuff with you. And then your remaining selves don't have access to that stuff because the base is a finite resource. So every drawer you loot is now empty for the rest of the run. So you have to make choices. Or your character could have all this stuff and then die, and then be resurrected as a monster that your next self has to fight to get that stuff, if that's what you want to do, basically. So another aspect from roguelikes we dabbled with and took on in a certain way was randomization. So we didn't go full-on procedural generation just because of technical constraints and expertise constraints and things like that. But because of the looping structure, we wanted to have variation in the spaces because we didn't want it to be dry. We didn't want this, repeatedly going through the exact same space over and over and over again. and experiencing the exact same thing. So yeah, we had limitations on the kind of content we could do, or the amount of content we could make, and amount of variability, because it was all authored. We would turn on and off layers and things like that, and we had this robust sort of serialized random number system that we authored just for this game, where there would be just a chain of but so it could be deterministic. We had a chain of random numbers that would say, okay, what is this level's fire index? Okay, this time around it's 2. And then it would, set it up based off of fire index 2 and stuff like that. And then sometimes there were choices that branched within those. But anyway, so you can see here, and this speaks to the sort of fidelity choices or fidelity issues I was talking about earlier, where okay, well, we wanted to adhere to a certain quality of art. So that meant that if something is burning, then they want to have pipes jutting out of the wall, or the stair banisters being melted or burned down or whatever. So that means there is an overhead to each of those choices. I think in the long run, what we came up with was pretty good, because if we had a more granular or had much more art bandwidth, then we would come across what I ended up calling the chopped salad effect. And Kate Compton wrote about the 10,000 bowls of oatmeal problem, and I think it's a very similar sort of thing, where if we had all these different channels of randomization in every single level, like the moon base is a few levels ringing a center crater level. But yeah, so if you have all these different little random elements in one level, these are, this depiction is hazards basically. So like flooding, radiation, fire, etc. If you've got all these different sort of representations of those in one level, you go to the next level and you get that same sort of mix. It becomes indistinguishable, right? It's like a bite of a chopped salad. It's like it tastes the same. You get the same experiential effect level to level. So we ended up making it chunkier. So this level's mostly fire, this level's mostly radiation, and then there were like 3 or 4 variations of that. So when you come back to the fire version of that level later, it'll be a bit different. But that kept it chunkier basically. So there was a more experiential, or a greater experiential difference going from one to the other. And then on top of that, because like I said, we had an overarching progress, to the narrative and to the completion of the game. We added hazards and variation as you go. So we, at the beginning, it's pretty calm, and then we add elements and stuff like that until at the end, it's this kind of fever pitch. But you've had time to sort of accustom yourself. Anyway, get accustomed to all the elements at play. Finally, akin to roguelikes as well, we incorporated high-level player goals. So instead of micromanaging the player or providing an objective structure as you progress through the space, it was this checklist of things you need to do. And the big thing on the checklist was the 5 escapes run. So in one run of the simulation, escape with 5 people in 5 different ways, or the 5 ways you have available, right? And so that was kind of like this puzzle box thing you had to kind of figure out as you go. But again, like roguelikes do this a lot, where it's like, okay, get to the bottom of the dungeon, get to, all the way through this scenario alive. And so we kind of embrace that. Also, we do that at a smaller scale in Immersive Sims a lot, where it's like, get in this room, get to this place. We don't care how, just do it. And we are not going to micromanage. So all the gating elements and things like that, we let the player figure out, and we just tell them what to do, not how to do it. All right. Lastly, reflections and lessons. So these are the sort of takeaways from this experience in my mind, and trade-offs that we had to basically wrangle, and that still kind of have stuck with me since then, because I don't think we solved all of them by any means. Drama versus replay. So how do you reconcile a replayable system with a dramatic telling of a story, right? Because again, like Prey, death was not canonical. You die and it resets, so you never actually canonically died. It just forked reality behind the scenes or something, right? You've got the Sands of Time sort of meta sort of elbowing you and saying, hey, we realize that this guy died. Oh, that's not the story, or that's not the way it happened. Let me tell the story again. So and we kind of accomplished that with our framing narrative. So in the framing narrative, you can't die because you're just isolated in a satellite and all that stuff. And so, it's a tricky one to solve. Next up, and this is a big one, and we did not, solve this by any means. We kind of sidestepped it a lot. And I don't know if we were trying to solve it necessarily, but drama versus agency. Like, what can you do to keep the player from messing up your, preciously planned narrative, right? The sort of Final Fantasy VII thing of why didn't you use a Phoenix Down or something like that. Assassin's Creed handles this by desyncing you, and then you get like Skyrim, where you can just put a bucket on someone's head and everything continues as normal, right? So this is something I became aware of much more in sort of stark relief, but I don't think we necessarily solved it. We had some handcrafted narrative bits, but they were more like flashbacky things that were individual characters, sort of storylines that were orthogonally kind of weaving through and on top of everything, but they weren't something you could potentially fail or mess up. Fidelity versus agency. So this is a tricky thing. In most games, the player just has guns for hands, like our friend Daniel Radcliffe here. And you get situations like the much panned press F to pay respects. In the funeral scene there, the player doesn't really have the verbs to actually express grief, because there's just shoot and duck and jump and things like that. Now, with something like The Sims, you can get these radial context wheels that give you that sort of expressive range, but it's a disconnect from the immediacy of a first-person game, right? So how do you solve that, right? You've got the concept of what I'm calling like interaction articulation instead of interaction scale, where it's like how fine-tuned can we push buttons and stuff like that. Interaction articulation is like how can you express different deeper feelings and thoughts and things like that, and then does the game have the receptors to sort of receive those, and how do you marry those two up? And it's tricky. Lastly, with the trade-offs, NPC fidelity. So and we sidestep this. In fact, a lot of immersive sims you will find are on mostly abandoned spaceships or space stations, and that's because NPCs are hard. That you don't, just shoot or whatever. But you get the situation where, like the higher fidelity a character is, then you get situations like, okay, this door, do we have them actually grab the doorknob, turn the doorknob and open it? And that's a huge headache to do in the high fidelity space. But if you look at something like Shadows of Doubt here, if a character walked up to a door and it just opened in that game, you'd be fine with it because everything is abstract enough, low resolution enough, that would probably work. And I've included the Understanding Comics blurb about, the more abstract something is, the more you can sort of impress your own thoughts upon it. You can see here the example of people sitting in chairs as well. People sitting in chairs is a huge problem in immersive or in AAA games, right? And I think this is Star Citizen, but I'm not picking on them specifically because I've been in many projects where we had chairs and people, and it was a nightmare. But if you look at Dwarf Fortress, all you have to do to depict someone sitting in a chair there is just flash the two icons on top of each other, and that's person sitting in a chair versus, I don't know, they're standing on it because the capsule interrupted with the geometry of the chair, and the nav mesh is not built, and stuff like that. So the future, these are thoughts that came to me as I was working on it. It's like, wouldn't it be cool if, and some projects I've seen, since then and stuff that have triggered thoughts about where these things could go. Looking at your sort of interaction model, back in the aughts or something, there was a game called Elebits that really struck me because you could use your Wii remote to sort of interact with the world in a more isomorphic way. I can twist something and it's actually twisting. It wasn't gesture recognition, which is hit or miss mostly. And then if you look at something like Alex or Boneworks or whatever, now you've got these VR, interaction models where you can actually use your hands. You don't have to map all these things to a controller. You can say, I want to examine this. Oh, I'll examine it. I want to throw this. I want to drop it. I want to, take it apart or whatever. It's all more intuitive versus having to be mapped to something. So I think that's definitely really cool and useful for immersive sims and things like that. Next up is a sort of Moore's law inevitability of simulation, granularity and things like that. If you look at Noita, Teardown, things of that nature, you get these worlds that can respond very granularly and very consistently. So it's not just, oh yeah, we've got the one box you can set on fire. It's like, no, everything wood can be set on fire now. And now it becomes a design problem of, okay, what do we do with that? If you look at like the Red Faction Guerrilla problem of solving those destructible buildings and stuff like that. Now it's in design's court to figure that out if you have these kinds of systems. And then lastly, you've got a lot of really powerful sort of procedural generation tools and polygon pushing at your disposal now. So something like the Dwarf Fortress mug that has 1,000 dwarves on it, all howling in pain or something. You could make that happen through something like Nanite in Unreal 5 or Houdini, where you can build entire apartment complexes just by dragging a box and clicking a button. I know it's more complicated than that, but those tools are sort of force multipliers for people that want to add more simulation and things like that to their worlds. And yeah, and that is it for me. There was I'm sure I blasted through some of that a little too quickly, but that's all I got. Special thanks to everyone on the Mooncrash team that was trying something new and sort of bearing their way through it, and Ricardo Bear for being my lead and collaborator on that, and Alexi and the team for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, this was really exciting for me, especially I don't think we talk about it as much here, but yeah, when you get into the question of, well, what about applying more roguelike elements to more AAA development? I think a lot of the stuff you touch upon with, fidelity and that kind of conflict is, what actually comes up as the problem more than the question of should we do this or do we want to do this? A lot of the time, the interest is there. It's the how.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think immersive sims has been coming up a lot lately in a lot of different discussions. So it's a good time to talk about the links between the two.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I think if anyone wants to write a question real fast, but otherwise I guess, just lead it. And then I guess maybe if you just had to narrow in, and I know stuff on the fly is always hard, but kind of pick something roguelike-y from some of your games you would have wanted to add to Mooncrash if you've been able to, or if it's easier to flip it and kind of take something from immersive sims you'd want to see in more of your favorite roguelikes. What do you think you might pick?
I think one thing I really wanted to incorporate more into Mooncrash was finding a way to bring in more people, more human beings to interact with and that sort of thing, like living characters that you could then bounce off of and interact with. That would have been really great. I think it was primarily a budgetary thing. If you look at something like Deathloop, they've got more characters and more sort of narrative kind of interacting with that. So
yeah, and maybe one other quick question. I'm curious if you have an off-the-cuff answer, but do you find that immersive sims lend themselves to any particular architecture? Is ECS, Entity Component System, a good match? Is there any kind of common pattern for doing immersive sims?
Component-based stuff, definitely, because then you can say this thing emits fire. I'll just put it on this and this and this. And so that kind of thing, I think modularity definitely helps. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Cool. All right. And that brings us exactly to time. So thank you so much, Rich, for talking. And I hope to see you around in the space.
All right. Thanks.
Take care. Okay, and we'll move right on because I want to give as much time as possible to Salvador Nelson Jr. back for a full talk after an amazing dog-based lightning talk last year. You've worked on too many things for me to list, so I'm just going to let you take the floor and talk about what you want, because I'm buckling down mentally for this presentation.
I appreciate it, and thank you for that lovely introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Oliver Nelson Jr. I do and have done just so many things. I worked on over 60 games in the past 5 years, some of which you may know, including Skatebird and Airport for Aliens, currently run by dogs, Frog Fractions 3, Reigns Beyond, Hypnospace Outlaw, Space Warlord Organ Training Simulator, and more. I was a journalist once upon a time. I've worked in tabletop and literature. I write comics. And once upon a time, I also gallivanted around the world giving talks, strange interactive experiences, in general, coming upon my current passion and eternal pursuit, which is finding ways to make games better, faster, cheaper, and more healthy for the people who create them, so that we can allow the people who make the interactive experiences that we love to have long-lasting and evolving creative careers. Their best work in 15 years as opposed to 5. This talk is titled, Building an Economic Flesh Simulation Will Make You Disassociate from Reality, because it's true. I've lived it. It's a nightmare. And I don't think I'll ever be able to fully grasp or believe in anything anymore. let me explain for just a second. I'm making, as I mentioned earlier, among the many, many games I work on, Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. It comes out this winter, within the next few months. It is about buying, selling, and trading the one thing that everyone has and everyone needs in a strange and evolving universe, organs. And depending on who you serve and how you serve them, the decisions you make with your clients may impact the universe permanently. And all of this began as a spur of the moment joke with a friend like over a year ago. So late 2019, I'm talking with a friend. We're discussing how the simulator genre has single-handedly occupied an unbreakable niche in Steam that's growing and growing, and games that even have somewhat absurd or simple simulations are selling thousands and thousands of copies. My friend asks me, what simulator game would you make to put onto Steam? And without a single moment of hesitation, deep from the eldritch recesses of my brain, I say, Space Warlord Organ Trading and Regulation Simulator. After the laugh and the joke, and a moment of consideration, I then realize I have invented the perfect video game. Here's why. Organs. They're easily systematized, right? You know what an organ is. There's a given number of organs with known traits and modifiers you can add to them: blood type, rarity, size, etc. They're unique and compelling. No one's out there saying, let's give the soft, juicy liquid flesh a real moment in the sun. Even hospital tycoons are scared of engaging with the meat at the heart of humanity. It's also just vaguely erotic. You see those intestines sliding around and you go like, I don't know what you're saying, but you're saying something. In other words, a game centered around organs and economics is a surefire hit, and something that you can, with thought, consideration, hopefully, maybe, apply pretty reasonable, accessible, easy to release procedural generation and systemic elements to. Create a lot from a little and make that lot, each little bit of it, really matter. That was the thesis. And then as time passed on and I reached a point where we actually started to develop this game, we suddenly had to answer some questions which I wasn't prepared for. The first one being very simple, seemingly. What are the organs? I was like, I know this one. There's a heart. There's like livers, lungs, gallbladders, bladders, pancreases, brains, nerves. Nerves are important in the body and they're inside you, but I'm not sure if they're an organ. I'll have to look that up. Teeth? Are teeth an organ? Eardrums? Do eardrums count? What followed was a breathless 48 hours in which I slowly but surely lost my mind as I considered the gradations of what not just medical science considers an organ and what these organs actually do, but what we would define and decide as an organ. What was, in fact, an arbitrary decision on our part that meant everything. And as much as it's based upon our flawed, limited perspective, would be seen as an objective projection of truth into the reality of our game. Skin is an organ. And the question comes up, should we sell skin? Is that okay? In the interest of nuanced satire, there is a potential to even replace the blood type system for skin specifically with light skin to dark skin and value one higher than the other. Either way you put it, it is incredibly fucked up and an unfortunate glimpse into the real horrific realities of our cultural biases and economic systems. But, unlike the real life horrors that we have to live through, this is more likely to get censored by the ESRB and have people shouting at you on Twitter. We have to look at the factors that impact an organ's value. Some people genetically have organs that are smaller than others. If we decide the value of an organ as being partially determined by its size, we're suddenly making decisions about health, which as a group of game designers and developers and artists and just people, we aren't qualified to be saying a gigantic heart is inherently better than a small heart. And also, we slowly but surely start to step into the realm of eugenics, the video game. I thought we were grappling with all this fine. We were winnowing down the list. We had like 20 or so organs. And we were like, okay, we aren't going to determine stuff by size. We aren't going to get weird or racist with this. We hope. We figured this out. And someone in the chat asked, is the soul an organ? It was our programmer, Sam Chet. And I want to name him because he was the person who did the first crack in the glass that represented my sanity. Because suddenly, again, from a single, seemingly simple or arbitrary systemic decision, there's a spiraling series of implications. If the soul is an organ, what role does it have in an afterlife? Who possesses a soul? What does it mean to possess a different quality of soul? Where are these harvested from? We are in an alien universe, so do aliens have souls? Do they have the same souls that humans do? This tangled web of nightmares that I had found myself stepping into, mixing both economics as well as the body. As I took even just a slight step back, I understood how much this was just emblematic of the range of decisions that a game developer makes across a project's development cycle. And I knew this ahead of time. I believe this. I understood this. But having to grapple with it viscerally when dealing with Viscera, I felt deeply unprepared to deal with the full consequences of my actions. And a game and a concept that seemed fun and that mirrored, my own fascination with things like satire and body horror and finding absurd ways to express nuanced worldviews, opinions, and glimpses into a wider universe. This all seemed to fit that objective, but as soon as I started to make decisions and value judgments upon this universe, my idea of objectivity and of easy systemization, not of vague erotica, vague organ erotica is still valid, but everything else started to crumble. We have this concept in games that we call finding the fun, and it essentially refers to designing and or discovering the compelling and ideally unique portions of your experience. It is determined and discussed as one of the most important pieces of your development cycle, if not the most important. People say that a groundbreaking moment on their project is whenever they found the fun or realizing that they had lost it and how much development time and human anguish would result from that mistaken assumption that they had found it in the first place. That's valid. It's interesting. But in our pursuit of finding the fun and prioritizing this ideal, if we just continue to follow that chain, we aren't finding the fun anymore. We're following the fun and assuming the responsibility for a chain of beliefs and implications rather than deciding upon them. This is part of an entirely larger discussion, which I'm happy to have at some point with anyone who's interested. But this is part of why I do kind of believe in suboptimal game design decisions. Because yes, the objective, quote unquote, most fun decision at any given moment might be X. But if it does not end up creating something that matches the reality of your world or something that you even want to bring into existence, maybe not something that you personally believe in or could justify, I believe making a suboptimal game design decision is not just valid, but important. I thought of economics and the nature of what it means to be human and what we're composed of, things that philosophers and very, very smart people have debated for centuries, if not millennia. I thought that these were things that were set in stone. But so often, the so-called objective systems and categorizations are just reflections of a flawed, limited human perspective that is itself changing over time. And the ways in which it is changing might not be in the interest of the human beings who it represents. We had grappled with this. We looked in the face of horror. We decided that aliens do in fact have souls. And also that souls are inherently human. The nightmare of being like, okay, all human organs in the market are affected, and then having to just disassociate into space for an hour as you go like, do organs that are souls belong on that list? I don't know. We thought we had gotten past that hump and had continued on with development. And then GameStop happened. If you aren't familiar with what the whole thing behind GameStop is, last year, people decided to boost the value of GameStop's sales to the point that it nearly destabilized the international economic system. Essentially, the more people invested into GameStop, the more investors who would bet against the stock would be forced to cover the difference in terms of their shorting of the stock as a term not coming true. And this is an escalating cycle which is easily manipulable. When I was a kid, I asked my dad to invest in GameStop because I was like, GameStop is great. We go there all the time. It's so cool. I'm 11. I know about financial systems. Turns out the current stock value of GameStop is $183 still, nearly a year post-boom. When I was a kid, and as early as last year, late 2020, early 2019, it was $12. It's over an 1,000% difference, just decided by arbitrary belief and movement, manipulating the inherent systems which we considered to be set in stone. This fucking guy did one tweet, a shit post on Twitter, and it made the stock of Tesla dive more than 10%. If one person can do one tweet that makes millions in theoretical value disappear, it is concrete proof that a so-called objective financial system, which operates based off of the great whims of the market, is actually founded upon mutual human faith. We ran into a bug where we had in our simulation of the market the idea that stocks would be partially based upon the movements of a wider world. If the market as a whole goes down, we assumed, all the stocks should also mirror in some way this change alongside their own internal simulation factors. What happened was that most of our stock tickers over time started to follow a similar flow, which not just inhibited interesting gameplay, but internal and external QA feedback regarded as being not true to life. It was actually when we embraced true randomness and pattern finding, the madness of the market, that people believed it to be true. The more we tried to make the stock market make sense, we tried to clamp it and put it within a set structure, actually, the less it worked. And at this point, we collectively lost our minds. the range of decisions in a game, anything associated with assigning value, became an overwhelming tidal wave of nightmarish implication scenarios. We have these philanthropic hospital administrators made out of ice cream in the game. Long story. They're called administrators. Doing a quest for them, we have one of 3 sounds that can play when you fulfill a quest. One that's positive, one that's neutral, one that is negative. Our neutral one sounds a bit like an error message. So by default, most of our sounds for fulfilling a client request in the game are positive. You are a cutthroat piece of shit in this video game. Excuse my French. If only because you participate by virtue of endorsing and working within this market, widespread exploitation. And in this moment, because you're dealing with like philanthropic entities, even that decision, what frickin' sound plays when you fulfill a request, was like, okay, if it's positive, then you're both endorsing a view and perspective. Also, it's in the standard of the rest of the game's quest by default. But if you make it negative, it speaks to perhaps the perspective of your given player character, as well as something else that the world might be saying about assisting anything other than purely misanthropic aims. A tidal wave. And that was what shook me, because I'm used to doing a lot of writing. I've done a lot of game design in my time. And I'm used to authored and procedural experiences in a way that made me feel I was prepared to make this game. But grappling with the idea that even beyond the writing, just the generation systems, the statistics, the base numbers that build up this reality said more about our fictional world than the writing and marketing ever might. The things that the people actually experience would be little integers that would mean more than any of my words did. That terrified me. It shook me. And it left me grappling with the full implications of my decisions yet again. Get ready to be perceived. It's not in good faith to look into the systems and generations and bugs of any given game to call out a developer for how their worldview is incorrect or prejudiced. It can be in bad faith, especially when those designers and developers might not have much agency in what those systems are. But also, any and all of your systems can be a reflection of something concrete. And I might be preaching to the choir, but looking at every decision that you've made in your game, every category, every set of numbers and values, and drawing out the social, moral, cultural, and physical implications of those decisions one by one, and whether you can stand by them. It very quickly emerged to the team not just as a opportunity to say intentional things, even if making those decisions was itself scary. It became apparent as a necessity. Game design decisions can be and are advertising. Simon Parkin did an investigation for Eurogamer into how arms manufacturers collaborating with game studios are implicitly and explicitly advertising weapons. The Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle is basically the most powerful sniper rifle in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. When I think of the sniper rifle, I played a lot of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 as a teenager. I think of the Barrett 50 caliber, and the company speaks to the concrete impact that has had on their sales, because teenagers and kids become adults who buy guns and view guns within a framework of power and safety that is constructed by the digital worlds in which they experience them. I'm not saying that this is single-handed. I'm saying it contributes to a wider perception. There is an infamous article about how RimWorld, back in 2016, it was on our Rock Paper Shotgun, about how RimWorld modeled attraction and the differences between men and women in its game. However you feel about the article, the fact that there was any differentiation at all between male-coded and female-coded NPCs makes those differences meaningful and allows us to assign patterns to them that, again, whether or not we believe them, are simply commentaries and part of the cloud of data points through which we see the world, through which we see value and logic. I love the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. It might be my favorite Elder Scrolls. In Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Imperials are kind of like the sort of like standard / noble race. They have racial traits associated with that, such as tradecraft, persuasion, and also, based off their in-game appearance, lighter skin. Redguards, people who look like me, feel less pain and are more powerful in combat. I'm someone who, when I'm playing an RPG experience, whether it's in tabletop form or digital form, I love talking to people. I love lockpicking things. I love finding my ways into other parts of the world and making decisions and impacts on the world without pulling out my sword at all. And if I want to pursue my chosen play style, I have to choose someone who doesn't look like me. There's coincidentally also a -5 starting disposition towards Redguards, which could be satire. It could be a fucked up racial bias. It could be a bug or just an arbitrary decision someone made somewhere. But in this cloud of data points, we have beliefs that are reinforced about the world. There are statements being made. People are going to play Space World Organ Training Simulator and are going to have beliefs about what is and isn't an organ based off of the organs we put into the game. I know that that's coming. Yes, is it silly? Is it absurd? Am I not medically qualified? Sure. But the fact that someone's going to be like, well, the tooth is an organ, and someone from somewhere in their brain, having played a lot of Space World Organ Training Simulator, which is doling out and giving you an experiential moment with a variety of human and alien viscera, the fact that they might in that moment, because they played our game, have any hesitation at all about what is and isn't an organ is something that has kept me awake at night. Because this is a real statement being made about both our fictional and literal world. I aged out of my healthcare a few years ago. I was a military brat. I aged out. That shook me. And I was in the middle of making an airport for aliens currently run by dogs. So one of the first NPCs I made, your save point in the game are these little medical clinics. He says, "I'm a doctor, not a monster," as the punchline in a series of conversations that you have with him. If you say, "Hey, what do I owe you for helping me?" When I created a world that was inherently joyful and cared about you, a utopia, the reflection of it based upon my perspective and my fears was healthcare. Treatment that was free, and that it would be absurd to believe otherwise. The numbers, categorizations, and arbitrary decisions we make are constantly making an impact on our audience. And again, I can't overstate how much that goes beyond the writing, that goes beyond even the context. We still, in games with lasers and rocket launchers, see the double barrel shotgun as a deserved place, having a deserved place in the pantheon of the most powerful weapons in that game, regardless of genre, because of Doom. a game that came out more than 20 years ago, and its experiential impact on our medium, to depart from that standard is to itself make a decision and a statement. And so the chain of decisions and the things that we say to and about each other and about the way in which we interpret reality goes on and on and on and on. I'm not saying that games have an especial responsibility to convey their worlds respectfully or to hyperfixate on all of their decisions to the point of paralysis. It's not fair to our players, and it's not fair to the people who make the games that we love. I'm simply saying that they're not exempt from conveying a perspective through their creative process and through the final product. I encourage you to seek the opportunities that your intentional development choices and implied perspective provide, to find the fun and decide what fun is as opposed to following it. And to simulate some damn organs. My name has been Oliver Nelson Jr. Thank you so much for hearing me lose my mind and have an existential crisis for a half hour straight. And I wish you good luck, because if you do this well, you might not just end up making a set of systems and choices and categories that you believe in. You might end up creating something so effective that it causes your players to seek for and demand those systems for a better world in their own reality, our own reality.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well, that was quite the 30 minutes. Thank you, Salvaire. I think, yeah, there was some really troubled and then thoughtful discussion in chat, I think, of the mix of how it can be very disheartening, but also there's the push of, we can make intentional choices and we can do better. I think I like that note you ended on of this is an opportunity to do more than just make something fun.
And if you lose your mind, it's an opportunity to find it again,
And give a talk.
If there's anything I've learned from the modern economy in our real world, it's that I can commodify my pain. So,
Which actually, I mean, I hate, that's the worst sentence to say, speaking of. But I will say we have time probably for one question. I think it's an interesting one because I see it come up all the time around this discussion. So I feel like you'll have thoughts, which is, what do you think about realistic sexism and racism in games and other depictions of it's a medieval game, so we have to depict women like this and that kind of example?
It's a decision, like any other, and especially depending on the execution, I would not tell the developer to do it or not do it. It's more the impact that set of decisions has on their world and on their players. Am I uncomfortable with the idea of, stepping into a fantasy world and everybody kind of seeing me as other because, I'm not an orc or something. I'm just a black dude. That is, valid, but it's also I'll be honest, it's interesting. I think part of the reason we make art is to thrill, to encourage, to distract, and provide, whatever the term is for there's all sorts of things that games can be, including quote unquote just fun. But one of those things is if you want to make your players uncomfortable, if you want to say something, one, be damn sure that you're saying it well. And that's one of the reasons that we play games in the first place, to experience. And I want to see more games that are approaching that intentionally, and not being assholes about it, because it's very easy to be an asshole about it.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think intentionality is a big part of it. I feel like where the line often is the difference of games that I think are using historical arguments to kind of sidestep of, you mentioned, of kind of following a chain of decisions of well, we didn't decide it. We just went.
That's
with
just
what
the way
had
it
to be.
was.
It's just how it was. We decided it was a medieval game, and that's what had to happen. So yeah, I think owning those decisions. So.
Making sure that I think Space Warlord is the game that has taught me more so than anything to own the implications of my creative decisions. Sometimes I will, and I'm sure have been wrong. Sometimes I've done something great by accident. And sometimes I've made a choice that was uncomfortable or disagreed with, but needed to be there for the work to exist or to have the impact that I want it to have. And all of those things, in all those situations, I have learned with this game in particular to own them. Yeah, that was me. That was our team. And the next game is going to continue that trend of intentionality and human empathy and respect.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for that great
Thank
talk
you.
and for coming to Roguelike Celebration.
Take care. Remember, Roguelike Celebration, commodify your pain.
Down the years, will I regret that being taken out of context? There's only one way to find out. Next up, we have speaker breakout rooms. We are going to have, if you want to be talking all the way back to what feels like when we were different people, Chris McCormick on Juicy Minimal Roguelike in the browser. That will be in the Mage breakout room. If you would like to talk about the Church of Simulation and Immersive Sims, that will be in Rogue with Rich Wilson. And if you want to continue the existential roller coaster with Delver Nelson Jr., we have assigned him the tourist room, which is appropriate given the dog airport references within. So those are our 3 speaker breakout rooms. We are going to have another little break here. We will be back in, let's see, looks like just half an hour this time. So make sure to get up and stretch, get some water, and you can check out those speaker breakouts. You can explore the space. When it comes back, it's actually going to be my wonderful fellow organizer, Christy, who's going to take care of you for a while from an MC perspective. And then I will be back at the very end of the day to wrap up the conference, which is sad to think about, but all things end. So enjoy those breakouts, and we will see you again in 30 minutes.
Have I actually successfully added myself to the stream? Hey, I think I have. Hello, Roguelike Celebration. I'm Christy. I'm one of the organizers, and I will be your MC for this next block of talks. We force Alexi to take breaks every now and then. So, in this next block, we have 3 full talks coming at you. The first one is from Kristen Yu. And she is, gosh, I'm so jealous of these life choices. She is a PhD student in computer science at the University of Alberta, doing research around quests and video games. And she is here to share some of that research with us today. Kristen, are you ready?
Yeah, I am. Thanks so much for introducing me. As you mentioned, I'm Kristen Yu, and I'm presenting video game quest theory for improved PCG. Really quick about me, I am a PhD student at the University of Alberta, and I'm also a part-time game designer at Improbable. I design quests and narratives, and the focus of my PhD and a lot of things that I work on is quests. A quick overview for this talk. I want to talk to you guys about general quest theory, and I want to talk about 2 things specifically. The first is the concept of this general quest definition. So this is something that I've been working on, and it's a combination of academic work as well as my own personal experiences of actually being in a real-life development environment. And then I also want to introduce to you guys the definition context purpose paradigm. So this is actually something that I learned from developers. I was lucky enough to be able to talk to a few of them, and I kind of distilled all of their wisdom and knowledge into this new paradigm. And I'd like to contextualize these new pieces of theory with some practical development lessons from actually working at Improbable. This kind of all started with the question, what is a quest? I wanted to know, and so I went and I asked a bunch of my coworkers at Improbable, and they all told me different things. And I also asked this to the lead world designer, and he said that he'd actually never been asked this question before, and he's been in the industry for over 15 years. So I thought that was a really interesting kind of thing where, you know, maybe developers have a really good intuition for what a quest is, but they couldn't necessarily always tell you what it was. I then went and looked at academics and saying, what were they saying a quest is? And it was the same kind of story where they were all kind of saying different things depending on what school you were at and who your old professors were, et cetera, et cetera. So this kind of led me to the idea of creating a general technical quest definition. A general quest definition should be able to provide us a couple of things. It should hopefully be able to help establish a common language when talking about quests. This can help reduce confusion when you're talking to somebody else about quests, because sometimes you're talking about the same thing, but you're using different words. So it can be a little bit tricky to navigate that thing until you guys get onto the same page. And it should also be applicable across games and genres. So the intent here is that you don't want to actually have a quest definition for every single game. There's a lot of games that already exist. There is many more that will exist. So that's just like honestly a lot of different definitions, and trying to go through, evaluate, and think critically about every single one of those is kind of a lot. And so to make it easier for myself, or maybe harder, I didn't want this definition to actually have to be tied to every single game. A technical quest definition also gives us a couple of things. The first is that it lends itself to technical applications of quests, such as procedural content generation. It also allows us to have more precise discussion when we're actually talking about quests. So this is basically the concept that you can more precisely talk about things really specifically when you have a agreed upon technical definition, rather than having to talk about things in more fuzzy, like English language kinds of things. So to actually develop this definition, I went and I read 16 different papers, and they were actually focused on procedurally generating quests, and they had 16 different definitions of a quest. So I synthesized all of the common elements, and then I also added in some practical developer experience that I got from working at Improbable, and that created this thing here at the bottom. This is the full technical version. I'm not actually going to be covering the math in this talk, so if you're interested, I will post a link in one of the social spaces, but this monstrosity is kind of what came out of that. What I'd like to do now, though, is actually walk you through the quest definition. So a quest is a set of tasks the player must complete in order to get one or more rewards. I also want to more fully define what I mean by reward, because reward is similarly one of those words that is a little bit fuzzy depending on who you ask. So under this definition, a reward is in-game items. So those are your standard currencies or other kinds of items that players might pick up. There are also narrative elements such as dialogue that an NPC says or a cutscene that might play after the player completes the quest. And they can also be progression elements, and those are your standard kind of XP points, skill tree points, as well as also unlocking the next area of a map. The next thing I want to do is actually more formally define what a task is. So the task is going to be made up of several things. The first is that the players that can actually complete that particular task, and that's to account for multiplayer games. The second part is the objective that the player has to do. The third is going to be the system that actually monitors the game of whether the players actually completed that task or not. And this is something that's actually often ignored by academics, but everyone who's ever developed a game knows that this is really critically important. The next part is actually going to be the presentation of a task, and that's everything that you show to the player to help them understand like what they're supposed to do to actually complete the task. And this is something else that's also really often ignored by academics, even though it's really crucial to be able to actually, get that extra step of understanding from the player so that they can actually complete the particular task you put in front of them. And the last is going to be the rewards for the task, and I include the rewards of the task at the task level as well as at the quest level so that you can include for an idea of a reward schedule so the player might be getting small little things as they're completing each task in your quest. I'd like to walk through now an example with Animal Crossing New Horizons. I'd like to talk about the Nook Mile system, and I'd also like to specifically talk about the fishing quest, Angling for Perfection. This is the Catch a Lot of Fish quest. There's 5 things you need to do. The first is to catch 10 fish, catch 100 fish, catch 500 fish, catch 1,000 fish, and catch 3,000 fish. When you get to do that, the rewards are going to be the Nook Miles tickets, which is the premium in-game currency, as well as these passport titles, which allow for the player an extra level of self-expression. Now we need to actually apply this quest definition to this quest. The first thing you need to do is define your set of tasks, and that's just basically like the simple, straightforward way of actually chunking the thing that the player needs to do. And those are already very easily chunked for us in the different things that I listed out earlier. The next thing you want to do is say, like, these are all the rewards that you can get. These are all the different kinds of Nook Miles tickets, as well as the different titles you can get. The next thing we need to do is actually define each of the tasks that we identified earlier. There's actually a lot of commonality between all the tasks, so I'm just going to kind of like walk through all of them generally. The first part is the player, and that's just going to be the single player of the game because Animal Crossing is mostly single player. The objective is catch X number of fish, so for the first task, it's catch 10 fish. The monitoring system is just the system that checks whether the player has caught fish. And then the presentation is actually fully included in this stamp card here. And so there's a couple of different presentation elements that are important, but I'm just going to point at a couple of them. So the first one might be that there are stamps that shows the player how many tasks they've already completed in the test, as well as this little bubble in the middle that shows the player how far along they are in completing their current task. And the last part's the reward. So this is actually going to be different between each of the tasks because each of them get a different amount of reward for the player actually completing them. So left to right, they're just going to be shown across the bottom here. Now I'd like to talk through a couple of production benefits we got from actually using this quest definition in practice at Improbable. The first is that we're all on the same page with terminology. So not only did we onboard the entire quest design team, but I actually onboarded our programming team. And that's been really useful so that if design says the task is going to be this, then the programming knows exactly what they're talking about. And it also allowed us to consider all of the parts of a quest for systems design. So this is important for like programmers when they say, okay, I need to somehow create something that will do what this design is supposed to do. And so one of the things we were able to do is actually put together a list of all of the kinds of objectives that we wanted to be quests in the game. And we gave that to programming and said, this is everything we wanted to be able to do. Like even like our long shot, like far reach goals, this is what we want to be able to have our quest system handle. So they can look at that list and say, yes, I will build you something that can do all of that ahead of time. Instead of having some cases where designers might come back and say, oh, maybe what if we did this? And that might accidentally break the system you already have built. I'd also like to tell you a quick developer story. So in our game, we have things that are explicitly called quests, and that's actually like labeled as quests in the development environment. And we also have these things that are quest-like objects. So they look like quests, but we don't specifically call them quests in our game. However, using this general definition, the quest-like objects can actually just be considered quests. And what we were able to do then was actually use the quest system that we'd already built to actually provide the quest-like objects content to the player. So this obviously saves a lot of time because now you don't have to build up an entire another system to actually provide that content to the player rather than what you might have done if you weren't necessarily thinking about this critically, where you just naively build another system to provide the quest-like content system. So this gives us our general quest definition, but to me, it always kind of felt like only a piece of the puzzle. Specifically at work, I was having problems actually fully discussing like everything about a quest, and the most obvious place was actually the design of a quest. So what I did is I went and I talked to developers. I talked to 15 different developers around the industry. And from that, I have over 13 hours of recording of them talking to me about Quest. And this is something that's actually really unique among the academic community. So normally academics are not necessarily going out and talking to developers and interviewing them to try and gain their knowledge. They're rather doing literature reviews of like, what are other academics saying? So this is interesting work for even academics. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the kinds of developers that I was able to interview. The first thing I did is I asked them what kind of studio they worked at. So 6 says that they were indie developers, 7 said they were not, and 2 said they experienced at both. I also asked them what kind of roles they actually play inside of their studio. And a majority of the developers I interviewed are quest and narrative designers, but there's also going to be some people who have experience from systems and programming. The last thing I asked them was how many years of experience they have in the industry. So the minimum number of years that were reported was 3 and the maximum was 30. We then conducted thematic analysis on all of the interviews, and that's basically just adding a tag where everything is going to be under the same kind of idea or concept. So using this, we were able to generate 21 different tags that can be roughly grouped into 6 categories. So it's critical thinking, presentation, player experience, technical details, goals, and rewards. So this slide represents the full space of everything that the developers I talked to wanted to talk to me about quests. What I was able to do was take all of that information that they told me and kind of like organize it into this new paradigm, the definition, context, purpose paradigm. This paradigm starts with the definition, which defines the state space of all possible quests in games. Then there's the context. So that's going to be the set of creative or production constraints the developers actually place on the quest. And the last part is the purpose, which is the reason or reasons that the quest is in the game. As you can kind of see from the picture, the context and the purpose act as a funnel where they take the state space of all possible quests and they narrow it into the set of quests that are actually usable for a particular game. Though it's not shown in the picture for clarity, a game can have multiple contexts and multiple purposes, and they can overlap as needed in order to more fully explain the design. I'd like to walk through another example using this paradigm, and I'd like to use Animal Crossing New Horizons again. I want to talk about their regular Nook Miles quests as well as the Nook Miles Plus quests. So for definition, I'm just going to use the general quest definition that I talked about earlier in the talk. Now we need to talk about context. There's 2 contexts for Animal Crossing. One is the Nook Miles and the other is the Nook Miles Plus context. For the Nook Miles context, we have this stamp card appearance in the game. Each of these quests is going to have 1, 3, or 5 amounts of tasks, and each of these tasks are going to take varying lengths of time. They're also going to be rewarding the player with usually large amounts of reward. And then this content is going to be exhausted by the player, so that means that once they've completed it, they can't do it again. By contrast, we have the Nook Miles Plus context. So it has this bubble appearance in the game and it always has 1 task. These tasks should be easy to complete, as well as they will give the player a small amount of reward for completing those tasks. This content is shown to the player as the 5 circles, as you see here on the screen. And when the player actually completes one of those quests, the new one will come into its place. So this content is functionally infinite. Now I'd like to talk about the purpose, and I'd actually like to take a step back and talk about the purpose of quests in Animal Crossing in general, and that's to provide the player with in-game goals to achieve. When you have a game like Animal Crossing, when there is a high amount of player agency, they can sometimes feel lost and don't really know what to do. So this allows the player to have some directed goals that get them to interact with systems until they can self-regulate and say like, oh, okay, actually I really want to do this because I did a quest that was using this system earlier. For the regular Nook Miles purpose, it's to provide the player with more challenging content, as well as reward that player with a proportionally high reward for actually completing that content. And the Nook Miles Plus purpose is to have small, easy challenges for the player to complete on a daily basis and reward the player with small amounts of reward. The purposes for the regular Nook Miles and the Nook Miles Plus are complementary to each other and provide a satisfying pacing experience where you have large amounts of rewards from the regular Nook Miles system interspersed with small rewards from the Nook Miles Plus. Now I'd like to talk about a couple of applications for the definition context purpose paradigm. However, I would love to talk to anybody if they have any other ideas of how to actually apply this paradigm. The first is to compare and contrast like we did with the Animal Crossing example. The next is to actually do procedural content generation for quests. And I'd like to talk about this a little bit more in the following example, as well as to actually evaluate quests in the appropriate design space, which I'm also going to cover in the next example. I'm going to do a PCG example now because we are at Roguelike Celebration. And let's just say we're going to create a quest generator, and this generator is going to narratively link quests together to tell a secondary story in the game. Using this paradigm, we can define the context and we can specify things like the kind of tasks that will be generated, the types of rewards that will be given by this quest generator, the presentation of the quest generator. You don't have to do this, but sometimes you might want to differentiate between handcrafted content and content that is generated, as well as set developer expectations. So when you have a quest generator, you need to be able to communicate effectively to other developers that might be using this generator. And as I already mentioned, a lot of people have their own biases and ideas about what a quest is. So if you specifically lay out, this is the context and this is the purpose of these quests, they're going to come out of it, they're going to have appropriate expectations and maybe not be disappointed because they had their own biases about what a quest is. Now we're going to actually try and build out an entire game. So we're going to fill out our content with a bunch of fest quests because they're easy to write and we can write those in like an hour. And then we're also going to create a bunch of handcrafted main quest things so we can have this really nice narrative for the player to engage with. The question then becomes, what kind of content do I actually have in my game? And usually we would think of the side and main kind of thing that we've been using for a really long time. So obviously we want to assign the side quest to a bunch of fetch quests. And obviously the main quest story is going to be our main quest. But we have this quest generator. We might want to say it's side quests because they're not our handcrafted main quests, but it also kind of feels weird to call them side quests because they have like high amount of narrative in it because they're telling secondary stories. Now instead we can use the definition context purpose paradigm to more fully classify the different types of content. We can use the definition to be the same across all three of the different contents. For context for the first two, we can say that those quests have exactly one task, and by contrast, the main story has multiple tasks. The purpose for a bunch of fetch quests is going to be to encourage the player to explore around because they have to run around the map in order to actually complete those quests. And the purpose for the other kinds of content we have is to tell the player a story. So using this, we can more fully define like the kinds of content we're going to have in our game. And it's more flexible than the old way of saying side and main quests because you're able to have as many kinds of silos or kinds of content you have more explicitly defined. Now I'd like to talk about a couple of production benefits. The first is that it clearly defines our types of content, like I just explained with the previous example. The second, that it allows us to evaluate our content based on whether they're fulfilling their purpose. And so this comes back from the third application that I gave you guys, which was actually to evaluate content based on their design space. So the idea here is that we can actually take a piece of quest content and say, is this content actually fulfilling its purpose? If it's not, we either tweak it, get rid of it, or move it to a different content bucket because it's just not working. And then the last part is actually to give design production constraints. So the context can not only be used to say things like, oh, well, this kind of only has 2 casts, but it can also be actual really practical design or production things such as don't make a cutscene. I know cutscenes are really expensive, so you don't want design to be getting too ahead of themselves and designing a bunch of cutscenes. So you can add those kinds of things to your content or to your context so that design doesn't sometimes get a little bit carried away when they're creating content. I know personally, I appreciate these kinds of constraints because constraints breed creativity. I'd like to now tell you guys another quick developer story. In our game, we have multiplayer quests and we also have single player quests. And because of the culture at our studio, anybody can actually come up and suggest ideas for quests. So somebody came to our quest team and said, I have an idea for a multiplayer quest, and they told us it. And when we actually thought about it, it's actually a single player quest idea. And we know this because we fully defined the kinds of content we have in our game with both the context and purpose for the multiplayer quest as well as the context and purpose for the single player quest. So we can take this new idea and say, does this match the purpose for multiplayer or does this match the purpose for single player? And it better match the purpose for single player. So that's how we decided this new piece of content would be part of the single player quest. So in conclusion, I wanted to talk to you guys about this general quest definition that I have been working on, which is a combination of academic work as well as practical development experience. And then I also wanted to introduce to you guys the definition context purpose paradigm, which is something that I got from other developers. I just organized their thoughts and ideas into a way that made sense. I did not necessarily come up with these things myself, but I look forward to your questions. And if you need something, you can email me.
All right. Thanks so much for that. That was, you blew a lot of minds just now. Chat was super excited about everything you had to say. Lots of screenshotting every slide. We were collectively surprised that the definition involved so much math, but surprised and excited.
I think that the math is not as scary as it looks, but I know that it can take a little bit to digest. So
the fact that there's math without numbers always gives me hesitation. Right. So we've got some time for questions. I'm going to start because I've got the microphone. In doing your research, was there anything in all of this, talking with developers that surprised you?
So specifically with the developer interviews, I was honestly surprised at the amount of variation of like the things that they wanted to tell me about Quest. I know not everyone I talked to was like specifically a Quest or narrative designer, but like even among like the designers, there wasn't really like a consensus of like, yeah, this is a Quest. It's kind of like you have like there's an elephant in the room and then everyone's staring at like a different part of the elephant. So like all these developers are talking about the same thing, but they're telling me different parts of it. So that's kind of how I was able to like cobble together this paradigm of like, oh, well, this person was talking about this part and this person's this part. So yeah.
Right on. So looking at our note wall, can people find the paper with more details somewhere yet?
Yes, there are free copies of all the papers that this is. I will post the link in the social space after I'm done here.
Fabulous. Some clarification on what is the difference between a quest-like object and a quest proper?
So I kind of just did that to be pedantic. It kind of like ruins the story if you know it's a quest beforehand, right? Essentially the difference within like the actual company was like these things were called quests and were like development quests, but like these other things were not called quests basically. And I think one of the things that is a little bit surprising about my definition, and I think might be a little bit radical to some people, is like I actually would consider like a level to be a quest. So like Mario 1-1 is a quest, which is kind of weird to think about, but if you apply the definition, it works out. Like it has everything you need in it. So I think that it's just the matter of like saying it's not necessarily useful to call levels quests in a game. It's more useful for like practical development purposes to call it a level. And so for us, it was more useful to call it something else, but it happened to be advantageous for us to actually just use the quest system we already had.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Cool. Let's see what else we got. How have you found that differences among games and monitoring systems affect either the theorist or the practitioner? Why not leave it out of the framework for simplicity?
I think that honestly being able to evaluate quests independent of games is really important because quests are not just like relegated to RPGs anymore, right? Quests are showing up in all sorts of places, especially with season passes being really popular. Every single season pass is a quest, right? They have little quests in them, right? So I think that like being able to strip down like games and genres, because genre is fuzzy and you never know what genres games really are. They're kind of like loosely labeled things. I guess with regards to the monitoring system, I wanted to include it because there's a really practical, technical implementation details of quests. Like they need code to run it and monitor it and do all these other things. And it's one of those things where from an academic perspective, it could be useful to know whether a quest is finished or not, so then you could generate the next step or something like that. Or you want to know like which path they took down your branching narrative. So having the ability to technically include that and to have it be there for the technical application where it's useful. Whereas, if it's not useful for you, if you're designing a quest, like drop it, ignore it, that's fine. Like I'm not going to be offended if you don't use every single little part of the quest definition.
Excellent. Okay, that covers the note wall. Someone wants to know if you're going to put your slides up.
I can put my slides up if that would be useful to everybody.
We would love that.
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
Drop a link in the space hanger.
Yeah.
And if you tweet it, we'll retweet it. I don't remember if you have a Twitter.
I don't have a Twitter.
But if you
I'm like the only game dev that
send
doesn't have
us
a Twitter.
the link, I can retweet it.
Okay, that would be great.
Somebody gave me the keys to the Twitter account this year. All right. Cool. Any parting thoughts?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm really excited to hear from you guys any feedback that you have for me. The definition context purpose paradigm was not run past any developers until now. So like this is literally like my coworkers have the sneak peek, but like this is the largest, I guess audience that is not academic. And I think like what the development community thinks of it is really, really important. So if you have any thoughts on like any kinds of applications, what might be interesting to do with it, or maybe if you find it doesn't quite make sense in some ways, like I would love to talk about it.
Great. And if you're going to stick around, we will be having you in the breakout room Mage at 5:00 Pacific. So if y'all have thoughts that you want to share or just more questions you want to ask, that is the time and place to do it. Cool. Kristen, thank you so much. This has been, like I said, you blew all our minds. So I'm still thinking about the math. That's the most math I've seen in quite some time. But next up, we have who's up next? Yes, we have a podcast next for you. It's one that I actually personally listen to and enjoy thoroughly. So I am super excited to get to introduce them to the stage. Here in just a second, we will have Allie Brinken and Michelle Webb of On Rogue.
Hey. Hi. We are actually having technical difficulties. We can't hear you.
Oh no. Chat, can you hear me?
I think we might have to exit and re-enter the show.
Hey, you got like 3 minutes. Take your time. Well, honestly, I'm surprised it took us till Sunday afternoon to have a technical glitch. Yeah, so, okay, well, computers were a mistake. While we are sorting that out, just some brief reminders. There are lots of little note walls all over the space. If you haven't found them yet, you should go explore. Feel free to leave the theater, even while talks are happening. You can pop them out and wander around and go leave your thoughts. Oh, called out the Waluigi board. Hang on. Yes, this is my prized possession. It's actually by Marlo Doby, same artist as the t-shirts. This is no longer for sale, but you can get the t-shirts in our store. If you go to roguelike.club, you get the link. I know, everybody tweet at Marlo, tell her to re-release the Waluigi boards. Let's see, other thoughts. If you are tweeting about us, use hashtag roguelike celebration. When I am not emceeing, I am actively monitoring that feed. Yeah, hang around the social space. Even after the talks are done tonight, we'll keep the doors open a while longer. It's nice to get to see and connect with some of y'all. I have to say, as much issues as we've had with the video chat, it's been so cool to actually get to see faces and hear voices. Hey, welcome back.
All right,
Hi.
we are back, and I think we can actually share our PowerPoint now.
Fabulous. I will leave you to it then.
Are you hearing us clearly?
Okay, they hear us.
Okay.
Um,
I can hear you.
Good.
Okay.
Then this is Who's the Boss and How and Why.
Yes, I'm Ali Brinken,
I'm Michelle Webb.
and we are on Rogue, and we apologize for any technical difficulties,
Yep.
but we are here to give you a quick talk about bosses in roguelike games.
Yep.
So to start,
First of all, we want
yeah.
to talk about who we are and who we aren't. On Rogue is a stereocomic duo of queer nerds who spends too much time thinking about roguelikes. I'm Michelle Webb. I'm a mortuary professional, storytelling nerd, and game designer, mostly in the tabletop sphere.
And I'm Ali Brinken. I am overeducated and have a PhD in something entirely unrelated and write and design games in my spare time.
What we are not are industry professionals, unlike most of you.
We are critics and reviewers and armchair historians
At best.
who love to talk about this genre both inside and outside the community.
Yep. For our purposes, you don't need to know this too much, but a roguelike is a game with run-based gameplay. You're expected to play it multiple times.
A heavy procedural generation element,
Persistence of consequences, which is not always permadeath for our purposes.
not strictly speaking. Effectively, it means a mechanism by which the player's choices are given weight by the inability to just immediately take them back by reloading a save.
Yep. And the nebulous term we call sense of discovery.
Or a sense of risk or the unknown, an idea that the character is usually not entirely safe and in control of the situation. And this generally encompasses both traditional roguelikes and roguelites, and it's what we talk about on our show roughly every 2 weeks.
Yep.
And why do we do that? Why did we choose to talk about roguelikes? And as we sat down to come up with an idea for a podcast, we began looking into it and realized that the history of roguelikes is inextricably tied into the history of modern games and computing, because the history of computing is at its core based in games. The first Unix system was designed at UC Berkeley by two people who wanted to play a game, and around a decade later, out of the same university system, Rogue was released in the Berkeley Standard distribution and became an instant classic to thousands of gamers everywhere.
Yeah,
Hey,
we like.
sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
We
okay.
can't actually see the slides advancing.
Oh.
It's probably a monitor selection issue.
No, we only have one monitor.
Can we hear? Share screen, share screen. This should do. We'll just do the entire screen, and
Okay.
then go to this. Does that work?
I can see a slide.
Is it
Is
why
it
we
talk about roguelikes?
Why talk about roguelikes?
Perfect.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
Apologies
Sorry.
again for
I listened to the preview of this presentation. It's great.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so so as we're saying,
We just really love the historical oddities, and roguelikes are filled with them.
right. So again, Rogue was released out of UC Berkeley. It became an instant classic, and 40 years later, we are all here at Roguelike Celebration to talk about it in games that were spawned off of it, which I think is amazing.
Hmm.
But we can't talk about the entire genre, so
We decided to talk about bosses.
we decided to talk about one little slice in our rapidly diminishing time, thanks to technical difficulties. And we want to talk about bosses and give you an idea about their history in the genre, their history in games, and
just history. We like history.
so where did this start? This starts with a little bit of convergent evolution, actually.
The term boss comes from the word meaning employer, overseer. It's from Dutch, meaning sea captain.
Right. I think it originally came in as sea captain, but the concept of the boss monster is a more modern invention, which can be traced back to Bruce Lee and D&D and D&D and D&D. And okay, I sound like a broken record, but we can explain.
We're specifically talking about the term boss as it relates to the strong person leading a group as opposed to just someone strong in a group.
Right. Or in terms, as opposed to a leader as, say, a wizened general or a mastermind, but a personal existential threat to a character.
We're talking Hitler in a mech suit, not Hitler hiding in a bunker. The term comes from what we can tell. The first use of the term comes from what we can tell. The Big Boss, Bruce Lee movie in 1971, which has Bruce Lee at some point in the movie fighting through a large amount of mooks and then coming to the leader of a drug running group, and inexplicably this guy is just so strong he has to fight him for like 8 or 9 minutes.
And so this is used in the sense of a crime boss, but we're not talking about a crime boss in the sense of a decadent mafia don. We're speaking in the sense of, again, somebody that is a personal existential threat to the protagonist. This sort of trend is carried on in The Game of Death, which is a movie which is often noted for parallels with video game structure, in that Bruce Lee has to fight his way through a pagoda, and each level is guarded by a level boss, which kind of gives you that mid-boss, mini-boss idea until he culminates in a fight with a end boss at the top of the pagoda.
Mm-hmm.
And from what we can tell, that is where the term boss began to be ascribed to these things and the concept of the boss fight. But where the underlying idea comes from in games still seems to originate in the 70s with something that we often go back to, which is Dungeons and Dragons.
We're talking about the 3 original Brown books published by Gary Gygax out of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Which is where you're from.
Which is where I'm from.
We forgive you.
Which features the idea that bandits are groups of normal people who would be led, not just include supernormal fighters, magical people, clerics.
Right. So this idea that your adventuring party would bust into a location, fight a bunch of low-level bandits, anywhere from 30 to 300, and then have a climactic set-piece fight with their leader who would have super normal powers and be the strongest thing you faced.
Yep.
I particularly love the extremely Gary Gygax sentence that if there are exactly 300 bandits, there will absolutely be a magic user, and the chance of a cleric goes up to 50%, which one wonders what happens at 299 or 301. But we're here to talk about video games, which is actually why we come to D&D the Second, also in 1974, created for the Plato system by Gary Weisenhunt and Ray Wood out of Southern Illinois University. Right. This is widely considered to be the first computer RPG and the first computer game to feature a boss in the form of a golden dragon guarding an orb.
Neither this nor D&D, the Little Brown Books, actually refer to the boss as boss, however.
Which is why we think the etymology comes through the Bruce Lee movies and things like that, and the concept of a crime boss. But it has the basic formula. So this is a game in which you roll up a character, go down through a dungeon, fight a random assortment of monsters, get a treasure pulled from a random table, and ultimately fight a dragon.
Get an orb, come back up through the dungeon, which, if that's sounding familiar, you're at the right conference.
Right. That's a formula that will be carried on through the entire rest of this. And of particular note, you'll notice this was made in 1974. The Little Brown Books were published in 1974. And fortunately, there's actually an interview with Weisenhunt and Wood before one of them passed away last year, in which they are able to reveal that they, in fact, went to a conference at which the Little Brown Book D&D was released, came back to the Southern Illinois University, and both had access to the Plato system for educational purposes and immediately used it to program a game.
Yeah.
So the computer RPG goes back in time to the popularization of the tabletop RPG, and they've developed hand in hand.
The fact that within 6 months of playing D&D, people were making video games about D&D is one of the things I've discovered and love about this talk we've done.
It is one of our favorite facts. But the Plato system was an educational system, and it defied popularization a bit, which brings us to the third D&D, And this is 1976.
1976 D&D, created by Daniel Lawrence at Purdue, is thought to have been inspired by 1974's D&D, by which I mean he was accused of plagiarism.
And that is a kind of contentious claim. As far as anyone can tell, this game contains no source code from Weisenhunt and Wood's version. However, there is text in it and things in the tutorial portions of it
that refer to things on the Plato system that were not part of the systems Daniel Lawrence was
working on. So, and the gameplay is effectively identical.
You'll often see, the reason we're talking about it is D&D is often considered one of the pre-rogue roguelikes, and so we've discovered that roguelikes had bosses in it from the beginning.
From the beginning, right. The tie to bosses in computer games is tied directly into roguelikes, although...
Notably, Rogue did not have a boss.
So the consideration of D&D as a roguelike is interesting. This game has a rogue basin page. It's something that you see talked about, largely, I think, because of the popularization through Telengard, because Telengard began as the Commodore port of this and was eventually commercially published by Avalon Hill. And this was a time when getting your game on Commodore kind of was it going gold record. And the Plato system didn't have that sort of wide-reaching appeal due to being limited to the university system. Based on gameplay, though, I'm not entirely sure why people wouldn't consider the 1974 D&D also a roguelike.
If they consider this a roguelike.
a roguelike.
From what we can tell, they are identical.
For what we can tell, we haven't had our hands on the Plato.
Yep.
And so from that point on, this just kind of goes forward. And we have here a selection of bosses just kind of randomly pulled from roguelikes. The Balrog of Moria, the Rebel Flagship from FDL, and Monster from Isaac here. Although there are as many roguelikes that don't have bosses as those that do, most likely. But so we wanted to start looking at how these things are implemented and why you have them in your game, and kind of the rationales and the so what and so why of bosses and roguelikes.
Yep. The first reason to have a boss in your roguelike is tradition. Bosses are almost synonymous with video games. So if you're going to design a video game, you're almost reflexively making bosses as part of your design. And
as we've just taken you through the history, bosses and boss design in video games is so intimately connected to the history of computer RPGs and potentially roguelikes specifically, that you might feel, well, why not have one?
The second one is narrative. If you're featuring a figure in your narrative that you want the protagonist to confront, you want that confrontation to be memorable and ideally challenging.
Right, and here you also have the roguelike as adaptation, because for a period of time, roguelikes were very strongly adaptive games. And so you would have, say, a set of Tolkien roguelikes, such as Moria and Angband, and then the Angband variants, Tales of Middle-earth and Syl, which all wanted to play in Tolkien's world, and so would include major bosses and villains from the narrative to allow the player to fight.
Yep. The third reason might be challenge. You just kind of want to kick the player in the teeth.
I mean, let's face it, roguelikes aren't known for being a particularly easy genre, and I think that is the appeal for a lot of people, including me.
And the last reason, which is similar in execution, though not necessarily intent, is system mastery. You want to test the player's mastery over your systems before you let them progress through the game or sign them off as a winner.
Right, and this you see a lot with mid-bosses or mini-bosses where, let's say you've introduced a new mechanic and you want to test that the player has it down before letting them go forward. You might have a boss designed specifically to test, say, their ability to understand the armor system, or if you're making an action game, countering.
Yep.
And when we started looking at the games that we've played and the games we've reviewed for the show, we really started being able to divide bosses into two big types, and then a third type kind of unique to roguelikes.
The first one would be the one you think about when you think about bosses, which is confrontational bosses. They're these bosses that you are intended and required to encounter and then defeat through usually violent methods.
Right. These are the bosses as gatekeeper. The boss of, well, I can't beat the game until I beat the Balrog, or I can't progress through the game until I take care of this level boss. It is an impediment, an obstacle that's in my path, and the way through it is direct confrontation.
A bit more rare, but possibly more memorable, are the avoidance bosses that you are supposed to encounter, or maybe not even encounter. And if you do, you are supposed to escape or evade or work your way past them, as opposed to defeating them.
Right. Right, and these are bosses as sort of impediment and as a feature that guides the player through the game. And here you can think of, say, Morgoth from Syl, where technically you're supposed to just go down and knock a Silmaril from the crown and escape. Although in the intervening years, many people have figured out how to kill Morgoth.
And then the meat and potatoes of what we love out of roguelikes are your procedurally generated bosses.
Right, because one of the primary designing features of a roguelike was, Michael Toy's original definition was that you should be able to surprise the developer should be able to be surprised by his own game.
Yep.
And these are things that you don't prepare for, and the player can't necessarily prepare for, but the system emergently populates the world with.
Yeah.
And the most common examples here are probably named elites, where a monster in your game is chosen by your algorithm to be randomly empowered to be a bigger challenge for the player. And the Beasts of Dwarf Fortress are another good example. So we wanted to run through some case studies really quick.
Yeah. This capital B was so terrifying to you as a child.
This capital B terrified me as a kid. So the first is the confrontational boss, and I think this is the one that we see the most and what everyone's fairly familiar with, the boss at the end of the game. So you, Moria, a traditional roguelike based on Tolkien's work, you would start in a town, get down through a dungeon, and at the end of the dungeon, you would complete and beat the game by defeating a Balrog, which was a large enemy with highly regenerative capacity and would effectively test your character build and largely your damage output per turn to effectively sign off that you've been able to beat the game.
It signs off and makes sure you had enough resources to get to this point and make sure you can do damage beyond a certain threshold and you can survive various types of damage and curses that it can throw at you.
And likely you're using everything you've picked up along the way, and it makes for a great challenge-based and narrative-based set piece right there at the end. The other less common type,
More common type.
or less common type.
Oh, I forgot what words meant.
Are avoidance bosses. And I think you're more familiar with this example from the Binding of Isaac.
Yeah, out of the most recent expansion of the Binding of Isaac, there is a very memorable, to me, boss named Mother Shadow that features down a side path on a side path of the game, which strips you of all of your items, and then after you wake your way into its dungeon, you have to make your way out while it is chasing you with the most basic mechanics of the game at your disposal, and nothing more. And it tests your ability to dodge and pivot and parry, or not parry, the game doesn't have parrying, dodge and pivot while navigating the various obstacles the game can throw at you. And you can't beat it. You just have to run.
Right. So it's a completely undefeatable boss that creates a memorable chase sequence while also challenging the player's control over movement as sort of a basic principle of the game.
And it also evokes the boss that it gatekeeps, basically.
Right. And so at the end of that path, you will come again to Mother as a enemy, and therefore Mother Shadow is kind of a literal foreshadowing of what you might face.
Mm-hmm.
Another common example here that I think is interesting is the boss as kind of guide, gatekeeper, and clock. The ghost that shows up in Spelunky that you can avoid and run from and pull around the level and even exploit to certain ends. For instance, if it flies over gems, it can upgrade their value. Also would count it as an avoidance boss because, again, you can't kill it, but it is an obstacle for the player to engage with as it pursues them towards the next level and pushes them along as the clock moves along.
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly,
procedurally generated bosses, which is, again, just the thing we come to roguelikes for. They're games that are they're bosses that are not able to be prepared for either by the developer or the player. The key one that we always think about when we think about this are the Forgotten Beasts out of Dwarf Fortress.
Right, because while a number of games, such as the previous two we've talked about, Moria and The Binding of Isaac, have these preset set-piece bosses. You'll always find the Balrog at the end of the dungeon. You'll always find Mother Shadow on that particular level of the alt path.
Forgotten Beasts just kind of wander in, and they are of varying levels of threat. You might be able to just wall yourself in. You might be able to encounter them and fight them, they might just actually melt into a puddle because they're made of salt and they tried to go through a river.
So by the same token, from their procedural generation, they become either of the other two boss types we talked about. So it might be a confrontational boss if you can confront it and if you need to. And it might be an avoidance boss because confronting it might be certain death.
Mm-hmm.
And all that's to say, we want to kind of wrap that up with talking about putting on our critic hat for a minute and talking about the games we've seen and reviewed on the show and sort of our big takeaways from looking at boss fights across a wide number of roguelike games. So this is our big 3 rules for bosses.
And the first one, and I think the largest one, despite us having a talk about bosses, is considering whether or not you actually need a boss in your game.
Right. Rogue didn't have one, and a number of roguelikes don't. The survival roguelikes as an entire class tend to get away without bosses fairly well because you have procedurally generated difficult situations with permadeath. Do you really need a giant monster tearing down the door to be more dangerous than, say, Winter in Unreal World?
Yeah, Unreal World, a game about surviving in Iron Age Finland, one of my favorite games of all time. Just unless you like consider a bear a boss, doesn't actually feature,
or Winter itself, I suppose. But at that point, we're so anarchistic with the definitions.
It goes outside the scope of this talk. At that point,
at that point, you may need to determine whether it fits your game, either narratively or from a gameplay wise, and whether you even want one. The second principle would be the more frequently you encounter a boss, the more variety there should ideally be with it.
I want to go back to the first one real quick.
Okay.
There's also the possibility of just having things that might be considered bosses so common in your game world that they don't register as particularly challenging beyond what the games already is to. I'm thinking Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, another survival roguelike, which has in almost every group of zombies that you would fight, a number of them that are
special zombies,
and some of those that require quite a lot of work to take down, but the whole of them is sort of the encounter. It's not any individual one.
Right, and you counter them frequently enough in the game world that they are relatively ubiquitous. So then the more frequently you encounter a boss, the more variety there should be, since we are talking about a genre that is primarily made of run-based games. So games where the player will be playing through the same circumstances with procedurally generated variants multiple times. You can create a situation where, say, if after the first floor of your dungeon, you fight the same boss every time and the mechanics of that fight are identical, you can fatigue the player very quickly and cause them to maybe lose interest or kind of tamp down on that one more run syndrome that is so popular in the genre.
Especially if there's absolutely no variety and you encounter the boss on almost every run that you're going to be running.
Right, and you've seen some really good practice on this from some action RPGs lately. I'm thinking here of Hades, where there are 4 key boss fights in the game, and there are variants for the first 2 boss fights because statistically the player is going to be encountering them more frequently, and then the last 2 boss fights are more static.
Yep.
Or the Binding of Isaac, where there's a pool of bosses to draw from, so the player never actually knows which of the level 1 bosses will be encountered at the end of level 1 of the dungeon.
And each of the bosses has slight variations on themselves as well.
Right, and so that variance keeps the game fresh, even if the player is in a game where they die frequently and will have to restart the process from square one.
This is where procedural generation will go far.
And really, really shines. The third and last is that ideally there should be several different viable ways to approach a boss fight. So if your game, for instance, allows the character to progress in fighter, magic user, or rogue abilities, and the player spends the entire game really working on their stealth game, only to find that at the end, the boss fight is a knockdown, drag out physical fight like a Bruce Lee movie, they may feel penalized for engaging with a system of the game that was effective for the bulk of the gameplay, only to be told by the time they reach a boss that they've effectively done it wrong.
When designing games in the tabletop sphere, I tend to try and incentivize play that I've already been incentivizing. So if I like the way a player is playing, I will incentivize it, and I won't suddenly invalidate what they're doing later on. And it just feels really awful as a player to feel invalidated when things have been working before.
Right, which can also create a mechanical and even narrative disconnect between the play of the game and the play of the boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
And really, those are the thoughts we want to leave you with. I know it was quick, and I know it was fraught with a couple technical difficulties, but we have been on Rogue. We put out a podcast every 2 weeks. You can find us on Twitter. You can find the podcast at Simplecast, and I believe we are now available to take your questions.
Yep.
Wow. Thank you all. That was so cool. We love a good dive into history around here. So once again, I've got the microphone, so my question goes first.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm not the only one who doesn't know this. Rogue doesn't have a boss? What happens?
Retrieving the Amulet of Yindor and coming back up through the dungeon.
You just kind of,
reach the last level of the dungeon, and get the artifact, come back, and escape.
It's just laying there? That's amazing.
Yeah, it's I mean, the game itself is already particularly challenging,
Right.
but
Right. Well, yes.
Right. So there's a progression of monsters, and things are varied through levels.
That's super interesting. Yeah, this was so cool. Some questions from the note wall. Do you know any examples of bosses that aren't a good thematic fit?
Oh,
That's a good question.
are not a good thematic fit.
So,
So I as a critic tend to try and focus on positivity. So I actually don't really remember things I don't like.
So I think I will say that in terms of fitting with the mechanics, and we've talked about that, 2 games that I think I have a criticism of. I think some types of play in FTL can reach a point where the systems that work to get you through the game and get you to the Rebel flagship do not work to overcome it. And so you can kind of play to your weaknesses almost, and are almost encouraged to do so by the game in some things. I would also think the deck builder Nowhere Prophet has some issues along those lines. In terms of bosses that narratively don't fit the theme, I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
That's okay. Works for me. What is the most badass non-proc gen roguelike boss?
Hades.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
so Hades and Hades. Also, a lot of the ones I think from, so obviously some of those we talked about. The Balrog of Moria had a special place in my heart as a child, just because Moria was one of the first roguelikes I got my hands on.
Mm-hmm.
But I find the boss design in the Binding of Isaac to be pretty exceptional. And
especially as you start going through like the DLC content.
Right. The wide variety there, particularly with the most latest expansion and the sets of fighting, and it's hard to give context on this in this short period of time, but effectively fighting everything from embodied dogma from Televangelists to the beast from the Book of Revelation, all in one big boss rush go, where you also take on the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, is a pretty dramatic event.
Mm-hmm.
Just that collection of words.
Yeah. It's one of our favorite games. So.
Absolutely.
Oh, awesome. Let's see. We've got a couple of folks wondering about bosses seen before you fight them.
So I was actually something that I cut for time on this run through. At least we've done a couple dry runs. Are bosses that are initially what I call avoidance bosses, and then you then later become confrontational bosses. I mostly think of them in games that aren't roguelikes, but that is one of my favorite tropes in video games, honestly.
Yeah, so Mother Shadow, like we mentioned, is itself a foreshadowing of a later boss. A really good example of this, I think, comes kind of organically in Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, because there are things scattered throughout the world, such as robotic tanks or zombie brutes, that are almost impossible to face as, say, an early or in your early run, and things you might see and then mark on your map and say, oh, I can't go to that town. There's no way I'm raiding that town because there's just a giant tank robot that's going to snipe me the minute I get anywhere near it. And then coming back, say 10 hours of playtime later with a full arsenal and a plan to take that down is kind of a organic foreshadowing that comes out of the procedural generation of the game, which is something you think you can only get in roguelikes.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think there are other good tells for, oh, this is an avoidance boss, do not attempt this fight?
I think the first thing, if in a traditional roguelike, if I were to walk up to a boss and then attack it and do 0 damage, I know exactly what I need to do at that point. Some audio-visual indicator also would help, but also maybe warning you before the boss fight, either through NPC dialogue or signposting or some sort of just telegraphing, honestly. That's all it is.
The dialogue and the story of the game letting you know it's a possibility to advance without defeating the boss is probably, I would say, the best way. The other way, if again, because roguelikes tend to be a challenging genre, is it's player knowledge that's gained by losing to it once.
Yeah,
it's a futile fight the first time, and then it's something to deal with on subsequent runs.
On that case, I'm thinking about there's a cat lord in Adon that you encounter quite late into the game that only appears and attacks you if you've ever killed a cat in the game. And so once you know that exists, you then modify your gameplay beforehand, because a lot of cats attack you, right?
Yeah, it's like, don't kill the mountain lion because it'll be so much worse for you later on. But that's again, it's accumulated player knowledge or knowledge from the player community.
Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that. All right, we are out of time. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Breakout session, if you want to stick around at 5 p.m. Pacific.
I will stick around unless I get called for work.
Thank you. And thank you
we'll be in the warrior room, whether y'all are there or not. So,
thank you for patience with the technical difficulties.
Computers, man. All right. Got one more talk this block, and that is coming to you from John Harris, who is going to be giving us a tour of the Lost Roguelikes. Super excited about. John,
Wow.
are you ready?
I can't have. Yeah. Okay. I won't be able to see you on screen because I'm screen sharing for the slides and gameplay.
Yeah, that's fine. If I need your attention, I will start talking. You can hear me, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm coming at you from a friend's house, by the way, since he has a better room for streaming from. So that's his collection of Deadpool figures in the background. Just a sec. I'm going to turn off the sound from the screen. All right. I've got the chat open in another window. So, all right. So, and let's see. I'll need you to tell me how time is looking. Okay.
Oh yes.
Hello?
If you want a 5-minute warning?
Yeah.
2-minute warning?
Yeah, because the slide projector has it's obscured the taskbar, so I can't see the time.
All right, I'll jump in when you've got 5 minutes.
All right. My talk is on the Lost Roguelikes. I'm sorry, by the way, that the screen is framed like this. Just as for like my head. So the Lost Roguelikes. That would be Advanced Rogue 5, fast playing. Advanced Rogue 7, got lots of classes. Super Rogue, it's quick to play and weird. Ultra Rogue, it's forgotten and influential. And I just actually found a binary of it finally for the first time a couple of days ago. X Rogue, which is the ultimate end of the Advanced Rogue tree, and Larn, which is very weird, very different, and awesome. Okay, so about this. Okay, first, who the heck am I? I'm John Harris. Pronouns they them. I wrote the column at Play a while back, for GameSet Watch. Much of it's compiled in the book Exploring Roguelike Games from CRC Press. I write various weird books on games for story bundles, some of which make their way to rodneylibs.itch.io if you that sounds interesting to you. One of these is We Love Mystery Dungeon, which I think you guys will really like. This talk was almost on Mystery Dungeon, but I also pitched doing one of the Lost Roguelikes, and they like the. I think it just barely edged it out. I'm also at Rodney Lives on Twitter, warning, voluminous. I tweet a lot. And there's my Switch friend code if that is at all interesting. Okay, so the early years of roguelikes. This is back in the day. Previous talk talked a bit about the Play-Doh games, Piedit 5 and D&D, and a few others. Those aren't really roguelikes, but they look a bit like them. And underneath Apple Manor, which has many of the major aspects of roguelikes, though I still think that Rogue is like the best combining of all the different concepts into one game. So you notice on this screen here, I have three different colored things. Those are to indicate sort of the lineage of these games. Like Moria, for example, there in green, inspired Moria later on, 1988, and in 1990, Angband. And similarly, Hack there in red, Hack 1.0 gave rise to NetHack 1.3D, and then NetHack 3.0 and modern NetHack today. Well, Rogue had a system, had a line of these games too. And those kind of petered out. I don't think you can see it actually behind a StreamYard message, but the last one was in 1991, X-Rogue down there, but also Advanced Rogue, Super Rogue, and Ultra Rogue. These were all games that were played on college and in college computer labs and mainframes and timeshare systems. And they're not much talked about today, which is a real shame. So I'm here to try to introduce you to these games, tell you how you can play them now, and hopefully inspire you to look them up. So let's talk about Rogue a little bit. Just to recap, each dungeon level, it's like in the old D&D Mega Dungeon style of a dungeon that starts like on a first level and then goes down and gets harder as you get deeper. And each dungeon level in Rogue is made of a 3x3 grid of rooms connected by corridors. You have to collect food and find a way down to avoid starving to death. You find random items along the way that can be identified by either using them or by using scrolls of identify on them. You have to maintain your hit points and strength, build experience, and find and maintain good weapons and armor as you go. You can't go upstairs until you obtain the Amulet of Yendor, which starts appearing in the dungeon at around level 26. 26 is kind of the magic number of Rogue, by the way. A lot of things in the game are centered around the number 26. There are 26 kinds of monsters, 26 levels in the game. It's very interesting. So this is a mock-up of a Rogue-style level. Each of these grid sections on the screen. These sectors can either contain a room or just like passageways or branching corridors. And they're all connected. And once you've seen a few of these types of levels, you get a good feel of how the levels will be laid out. And you can start sort of predicting what dungeon levels are going to be like as you explore them and get a sense of where there might be secret rooms, which is important to the game, in fact. I bring all of this up, I remind you, because all of these games, except for Larn, everything I've said so far mostly is pretty much true about. They all use the Rogue style level generation. They're all Mega Dungeon style games where you go down and the game gets harder as you go down. The items that you're looking for might be different. The number of levels might be different. Ultra Rogue, it turns out, has 100 levels, like Angband does. But once you've played Rogue, you have a good sense of how to proceed in the other games. So these games were rescued from obscurity by something called the Roguelike Restoration Project, which began in 2000 by someone who identified on the website as Yendor. It has a number of versions of Rogue, Advanced Rogue, X-Rogue, all these games on it. Also had a version of Rogue-O-Matic, which was early Borg, or an automatic player. It's a computer program that itself played Rogue, and very well, in fact. If I remember correctly, the little factoid, it was created by the eventual founder of the early internet search engine Lycos. think Michael Mullen, I think his name is. Anyway, I don't know what he's doing now. Anyway, they also had a few rescued binary versions of some of these games. Worked right up on that in 2006. I wrote about a couple of games from it back on AppPlay long ago in the before times. These days, these games are being worked on and maintained by something called Roguelike Restoration Project Fork, maintained by John Elwyn Edwards. I put it's his GitHub name here, but really it's his, I think the username on Mercurial. That's a mistake in the slide. It started working on it around 2012, and he continues to work on them to this day. And these are the version of the game that I'll be showing off to you today if there is time. He doesn't have a working version of Ultra Rogue. I've been in contact with the creator of Ultra Rogue, Herb Chong, who is still alive and kicking, and he found a copy of an unreleased 2.0 of the game that they were working on, and trying to get it working and release that. And I wish him the best of luck in that, and I hope that he can bring that, to the world, and that he'll help maybe revive this game in the modern era. He also has the version of Advanced Rogue 7 on Roguelike Restoration Project Fork also doesn't quite work. I'll be getting to that in a minute. I had to fix a couple of bugs in this in order to get it working for you guys, and I think there might still be some bugs. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Anyway, let's see. He makes available Windows versions, but he also has some issues with Microsoft's registration requirement for Visual Studio. So it looks like he won't be providing Windows versions in the future. And he doesn't supply binaries either. He only supplies the source code. Let me go back, yeah. So I had to compile these, but I have, and I'm making them available for you to download and play, so you don't have to compile them yourself. I will have the link later on. Let's move on. Yeah, I'm also hope to be showing you a version of Larn, which is another old roguelike game. It's a very different one. There's really no other game quite like Larn. It's a very interesting game. It takes the roguelike ideas and turns them around and makes something really unusual and special out of them. It's not as hard as your standard roguelike. It's still pretty difficult, but there are so many weird and cool things about it, and I hope to be able to talk to you about those, but that depends on whether we can get to that slide in time. So let's move on. So that's about the source. There is the URL right there for the files that I'm making available. I will provide that in the breakout room after the talk. Okay, so caveat. It says here, I've worked hard on the presentation and playing these games to try to be as accurate as possible, even though it is source diving to confirm some behaviors, but these are complex games and a delight in weird behavior with mysterious causes. On the information given in this presentation, no warranties are offered either express or implied. This is especially true of the direction from A-Rogue 5 to A-Rogue 7 to X-Rogue and early A-Rogue to U-Rogue and so on. Also, I gave dates earlier for these games, but many of them were worked on for several years, and so it's not really clear if some of these features originated in one game or were brought in from another game, especially in regards to Ultra Rogue and Hack, which came out about the same year, but sort of were developed concurrently for a while. So, in any case, moving on. So commonalities, yeah. Most of these games are ultimately descendants of Advanced Rogue, of which we have two versions. Ultra Rogue branched off from 1.0, which I'm not showing, and X Rogue branched off from Advanced Rogue 7. All these, the original Rogue only had only had strength for a stat. I'm tripping over my words. Let's see. Whereas all the other games have at least 4 or 5 of D&D's 6 stats. A couple of them have all 6. Anyway, see, A-Rogue 5's successors have an extra category of item from beyond those in Rogue, which were potions and scrolls and such. He also has something called miscellaneous magic, which has some particularly powerful items in it. And also, they can also be very dangerous items. Some of them can just kill you from using them, so you have to be very careful playing around with like bags of dust It might be dust of disappearance, or it might be dust of choking. The AI of the monsters in the games is advanced a bit beyond that from Rogue. Now monsters are smart enough to run away from you if a fight isn't going well for them. And they know enough not to bother if they're trapped in a corner. They have enough awareness of their surroundings that if they see that they can't run away from you without getting trapped, they'll just go ahead and fight you where they're standing. But if they can find the loop of rooms to run through, that you can just chase them forever and you'll never catch them. It's really clever how the monsters are presented in this game. There are also magic pools in these dungeons. If you've ever played Rogue, yeah, that's something that's not in those games. It's a spot in the dungeon that you can stand on and dip items into, and it could either bless them, you can gain like pluses on them, or it can curse them, and it's just one of those things that later roguelikes tend to have, and it's just like another way to trip up new players usually. Anyway, I say anyway a lot, yeah. All of these games use the same weapons and armor from Rogue, although Advanced Rogue 5 has also add battle axes. Ultra Rogue adds lots of new things. It's yeah. I'm writing these lists here to try to help you. If you decide to try to play these games, it might be useful to know this. Rogue and its successor games all have these same weapons, and they all have the same sort of relative power levels. It's not obvious when you're playing what that is. So the weakest weapons are daggers and spears, and the strongest weapons are two-handed swords. And that gives you a list here. And the weakest armor is leather armor, and the best armor is plate armor. So that's on this slide here. You can see that later. Yeah. So Advanced Rogue 582 is based on Rogue by Toy, Arnold, and Witchman. It was headed by Michael Morgan and Ken Dalka. It offers 4 character classes, which is something that's not in Rogue. It's Fighter, Magician, Cleric, and Thief. They actually don't play that differently from each other. If you're going to play this game, you should know Fighters have the easiest time because they start with a lot of strength, and strength not only helps your attack damage, but also increases how much you can carry without suffering from food penalties. So yeah, you start out playing as fighters. The other classes have their advantages. Thieves can backstab sleeping creatures. Magicians, if they start out with enough intelligence, start out with an identify spell, which changes the game tremendously. If you can just cast identify from memory and not have to rely on scrolls, it completely changes the whole nature of the game. So if the item system in Rogue, having to identify things and possibly suffer the effects of bad items, causes you trouble, then try a magician in one of these games, and you'll find that it helps you out a bit. Yeah. I should mention one thing about the game is that some of these games put you through a whole character creation phase before you play, where you have to assign stat points to various attribute scores. But this game, it rolls for you, gives you a set of stats, and asks if you want to re-roll. As a result, it's much faster to get started in Advanced Rogue 5 than some of these other games. You can be started and playing in less than a second if you want. One of the things about roguelikes that I've found over the years, that the longer it takes to get started playing the game, the worse it is. How to put it like, since these are games where if you die, you have to start over the next game. All the time, the time you spend playing it is sort of like the ante about your bet in a game of poker. Because if you die, it's basically the time of that game you've wasted. You have to, hopefully playing the game was fun, but if you're really trying to win, well, you've lost all that progress. You have to start over. So the longer it takes to play through the game, sort of, the higher the stakes are. So if it's a game in which players are intended to win or learn a lot from death, then you should make death as painless as possible. It should be as easy as possible to get back into the game and get started again. Anyway, that's just some personal philosophy there. There's Yeah, fighter types. I've already mentioned that. Magician. Yeah, I've already mentioned all this stuff. Interesting thing about thieves is they actually end up on the average with fewer hit points than magicians, which I was surprised by. Humanoid monsters can find and use the kind of weapons the player can have. It can make them unexpectedly dangerous, in fact. I got one shot by a gnome on level 1 before because the darn thing found a two-handed sword. And in dark corridors and rooms, kobolds with arrows or rocks, they're lethal because they can see you from a distance. And you might not even know what direction they're firing at you from, and you'll just die before you even see your assailant. It's a good idea if you find missile weapons on the ground to pick them up, just so another monster can't come across them, find them, and then throw them at you later. The interesting thing about this game and its successors is you can actually go back up dungeon levels. You don't have to go all the way down until you find a relic like the Amulet of Yendor before the game will let you go back up. You can go up from level 1 and explore the outside world, which is this weird wilderness. It's kind of surprising to find in a game from 1984 and 1985. I don't really know what purpose it serves, though. I don't really know why you should go out there, but it's there. Anyway. Experience levels are not as frequent in these games than in the original Rogue. You have to usually fight more monsters before you can gain a level. Anyway. One of the reasons I want you to play these games, by the way, as I mentioned in the bottom point here, is that I think games are kind of dead if people aren't playing them. In the process of playing a game, you animate it, you inhabit it, it becomes alive, it exists as a thing as long as you are experiencing it. And I hope, so as long as people are playing them, I think that they're not actually dead, they're not actually lost. So I kind of, that's why I'm giving this talk. I feel badly for them. I want people to experience them again. Anyway, that's just me. So I've compiled numbers in each of these games just to give you some idea of what's in them. So Advanced Rogue 5 has 17 scrolls, 10 armor, 13 weapons, 12 potions, 24 rings, 20 sticks, 22 miscellaneous magic items, 11 artifacts, and 118 kinds of monsters. Those sound like a lot, but many of these are easily outdone by its successors. Interesting thing about the game is that some of Rogue's worst items, like the potions of blindness, confusion, and paralysis, are not in these games. That's because miscellaneous items can be cursed, and not just equipment. Generally, in roguelikes, cursed items are just equipment items, and what's bad about them is that you can't stop using them once you equip them. But starting in these games, you'll find ordinary magic items like potions and scrolls can be cursed too, and that can make a usually good item have a bad effect. So the potion of blindness in Advanced Rogue 5 was replaced by cursed potions of See Invisible. So you can identify a potion of See Invisible, but if you don't know what its curse status is, it can still be bad for you. You should probably keep that in mind if you try to play these. So I played my first 5 games of Advanced Rogue 5, and this is how I died on each. 3 of the games I got killed by a monster throwing things at me in the dark. So you should take that as an indication of what's going to be killing you if you play this. So Advanced Rogue 7. There's 5 more classes in this over Advanced Rogue 5. Druids are another kind of spellcaster. Assassins are kind of like a super kind of thief. Paladins and Rangers are composite characters that can both fight and have magic spells. But they're both expected to play by a code of conduct, where if you see a sleeping monster, you're expected not to attack it. If you do, you have a chance of losing all of your special power and just becoming a straight fighter from then on. And if you're used to playing in the ordinary way, it's probably going to trip you up. I found that out several times. Yeah. And then there are monks, which are one of those weird classes from D&D, like bards. Monks are a kind of fighter that fight best without wearing weapons or armor, so that can exempt them from having to find equipment and improve them and protect your equipment. But it also has certain drawbacks. Like in fights, if your opponents tend to hit you before you can hit them. I'm not really sure why. I think it has to do with simulating old Advanced Dungeons and Dragons weird segment timing system, which that's like a talk in its own. I'll just let that pass here. Let's see. Most classes are now restricted in what equipment they can use. You can't just find anything. You can't just use anything you find in the dungeon floor anymore. If you're not a fighter type, you can't use the best weapons and armor. This game has a complete character creation phase, unlike Advanced Rogue 5, it takes longer to get started. And you're also thrown into a trading post to buy your starting equipment. And you really have to, otherwise you're just going to start the game with nothing, not even food. So that's a bit annoying, yeah. Many of new items are in this. Many tricks in the Dungeons and Dragons DM guide, such as Keotum's Ointment, which can heal you multiple times, like the heal pots from Shiren the Wanderer. Monsters can now generate in groups, and you'll be encountering those a lot in the early stages of the game. Okay, here's that bug.
Hey there, this is your 5-minute warning.
Wow,
I know. We've had some requests for Larn if you want to skip ahead.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play Larn a bit. I've got it right here. This is actually fairly far into the game. Larn has 13 dungeon levels. And this is level 8. It says question mark because I fell down a couple of levels in. The game obscures what level you're on if you fall down a trap door. It doesn't let you know how close you are to the surface there. So this is Larn. It's a weird game. The level generation is completely different from Rogue, as you can see. It uses what I call imperfect mazes. A perfect maze is a maze where from one point in the maze to another, there's only one route. And Larn, NetHack and Hack and Super Rogue, they all use perfect mazes sometimes. But the thing about perfect mazes is that there's only one way to get from one place to another. You always have to go by the same spaces to navigate the terrain. Whereas in an imperfect maze, you have choices. You can choose, make decisions about which is the best way to go. So being forced to go the same way every time. So let's see if I can find a monster. There's a book. Read the book. It gave me the spell Flood. That sounds dangerous, just to be able to summon water at a whim, but Magic Scroll of Time Warp. One of the things about Larn is that it doesn't have a food system. Instead, it has a time limit. You have a time limit of 300 mobiles in order to save your daughter from a disease, diantheritis, that she's contracted. And the ultimate goal of the game is to find the potion of cure diantheritis, which is at the bottom of the hardest dungeon. There's 2 dungeons. There's a 10-level dungeon, that's the main one, and a 3-level volcano with super tough monsters and the potion at the end of it. A mobile is 100 game turns, but a Scroll of Time Warp will turn the clock back, in this case by 1 mobile, and give you more time to win. The time limit's not really very... Oops, there's a Roth. Killed it. Time limit's not really much of a problem. If you win the game, then the next time you play the game, difficulty goes up. And if you've increased the difficulty a few times, the time limit might get to be more of a problem. I haven't gotten that far, so I can't tell you for sure. Magic Potion. Another weird thing about Larn, this is Larn HD, by the way, which is a relatively modern remake. There are tons of versions of Larn out. There's been over a dozen. This is a game that people tend to remake every so often. It's you don't hear so much about it, but there are definitely people that remember it and were influenced by it. And it's so different from other roguelikes, so things like the time limit. There's things like there's a town level. Some people say it's the first game with a town level. I'm not sure if it's it or Moria really that was. But in the town, there is a trading post that you can sell items you find in the dungeon, and it's an important source of money. There is a store that you can buy the ultra-powerful Lance of Death in, which can one-shot kill any monster. But the hardest monsters have a high evasiveness, and it's hard to hit them with it. and it's also very expensive. There's also a college that you can spend time and money in order to gain skills that can be useful in the dungeon exploration. It can help you fight better and give you better stats. Anyway, there's some money. Oh god, the Disenchantress. I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna cast magic. Cast a lightning bolt at her. IT. Spellcasting is done when you read. Yeah, let me show you. Cast. Okay. Yeah. When you read books, you learn spells, and the spells are on this list that you've learned throughout the game. But you don't have to bring up the list. Instead, each spell has a 3-character code. You can just enter the code if you want to cast a spell quickly. Oh, I don't want to cast. So let's see. Any questions while we're going through this?
So you've got just about a minute left.
Yeah.
So if you have any final parting thoughts.
Yeah, 30 minutes. I really planned a ton of things, but one of the things. Oh, I got to level 12. My slides are in the Dropbox in which I have the game files and everything, and basically everything I wanted to say is in the slides. You wanted to page through them. I also have my notes, which have a ton of information that I've discovered throughout the game, throughout my preparation for this talk. And really, I think you'll get the information from that probably more effectively than if I just spoke it aloud. So you can kind of think of it as like another app play column if you enjoyed that back in the day.
Cool, yeah. If you want to drop those links in the Space Hangar or give them to us and we will distribute them via Twitter.
I'm not sure how to access the Space Hangar actually.
That's fair. We can talk about it offline.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But thank you for this. I'd never heard of Larn before this talk, and I'm totally fascinated.
Yeah, it's a cool game. Yeah. I don't really know what else to say. I'm sorry for tripping over my words so much. I would have liked to have rehearsed this more, but I was discovering new things like just a couple of hours ago. I was fixing a couple of bugs in Advanced Rogue 7. That's nasty crash bugs that just dropped the game to shell, just unexpectedly. Just immediately, your game is over. Have a DOS prompt.
And something I want to make sure the chat caught, because I watched your backup talk, is that you actually went in and fixed bugs in these old games and like submitted pull requests so that we could so that they would be playable again. And I just think that's just what is so beautiful about the roguelike community. I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't submitted a bug report yet because I'm not sure how to in Mercurial, which is where the sources are up. And I don't even know actually if that's meant to be something that an end user can do. I'm trying to contact the person who is maintaining them and I haven't found a point of contact information yet. If you're watching this, let me know. Rodney lives on Twitter. Please get in touch with me. I fixed these bugs. I can just give you the source files that I hacked up. Or I know what's causing the bugs. I can tell you. Just get in touch with me,
There
okay?
you go. So if anybody has more a lead on this, more information, the Rogue Breakout Room, actually, if you want to stick around, head there. That is your assigned breakout room. Otherwise, thanks so much. This has been super cool.
Okay. That's where I'm going now. Thank you very much.
And that is our block of talks. Like I said, we've got breakout sessions now. Let's see, Kristen Yu, if you want to talk about the definition of quests and Animal Crossing, you can head to Mage. If you want to talk about bosses with On Rogue, you head to Warrior. And if you want to talk about Larn and friends, head over to Rogue. Thank y'all so much for sticking around this block. We're gonna, after breakout session, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back with our last round of talks, and I will be gone I'll be off screen again. So thank y'all for letting me be up here in front of you and sharing history talks with you. We'll be back in a bit. Cut me off, Travis.
Hello, folks. I am back a little bit early before we start this next slot. Hopefully everyone can hear me. And I am just here mostly to let you know that the video chat, as you may have noticed, has gone down. Through circumstances we don't directly control. We have currently lost access to our in-space video chat. We are attempting to talk to the people who would restore access to our video chat, but given the amount of time left in the space, we'll see if that gets restored in time or not. Apologies, but we're all in this together, and at least it happened now and not earlier in the conference. Text still works. It looks like audio maybe also works. I'm not totally sure, but text definitely does. And the unconferencing rooms have Zoom links, so you could still use those if you're really wanting to get a little bit more audio chat in or video chat. So that's the state of it. Thanks for bearing with us, and we'll let you know at the end of this chunk of talks if it has been fixed or not. We're waiting to hear back. So that's fun, but we are going to be starting the final blocks of the conference, which I know is bittersweet, but we got some really good ones to wrap us up. And then at the end, I'll, give some final announcements, and we will spend a little bit of time saying our farewells in the space and then be ready to do this again next year. So without getting maudlin ahead of time, let's kick off to the excitement of our last talks of the day, last but certainly not least, and a continuation of some of the great kind of roguelike history that we've been doing at the end of the conference here. So I am pleased to introduce Nick McConnell. Welcome, Nick.
Hey.
So great to have you. And you are a current maintainer of Angband and been involved in Angband and variants since 2005. So,
2005, yep.
Yeah, long time. So please take it away and talk a bit about what it's like working on Angband.
Okay, so before I start, I'd like to say big thanks to the organisers for just a terrific job of organising everything and being friendly and making everything work well. And also a huge thanks to all the previous speakers. There have just been a truly excellent array of talks. And my mind is kind of in shreds from being continually blown by all of them. So, we'll just have to see how I go with actually keeping a coherent narrative going here. So I have always wanted to go to the Roguelike Celebration, and being in Australia, that's always been kind of difficult. But given it's online this year, this has been a good opportunity, and happily the organisers also approached me, or rather approached the current Angband maintainer, to see if I'd be able to give a talk. And so I thought, yeah, good, great, I'll do that. I had no idea what I was going to talk about. And the more I thought about it, the more I didn't really know what people would be interested in to know about Angband. So I thought, all right, I'll just run through a few quick things and we'll leave a lot of time for people to ask questions about things they're actually interested in. So that's the rough game plan here. And I hope I'll actually say some mildly interesting things along the way, but we'll see. And for those who don't know, Angband, I guess we've had it a little bit over the last couple of talks, descendant of Hugh Moria. I am a long way from being an industry professional. It's a free open source game written entirely in large quantities of C and operated on by volunteers in their spare time, basically. So, thing number one, and here's where I'll talk about a little bit of history. Angband was developed from Hugh Moria in 1990 by some students at the University of Warwick in the UK. And it floated around the University of Warwick for a few years. And then in 1993, it was released onto the then fairly embryonic internet as version 2.4.frognose for some reason. And it then, in those days, code was often not very portable, so then there was a port to the PC and a port to the Mac and things like this. And time went on and the internet gradually improved, and somewhere around about the mid-90s, Angband kind of had a moment where a lot of people were getting to play it, and it was a thing that was in the sort of zeitgeist of the internet of the time. But the other thing about it is that since it started in 1990, it has been in continuous development for that entire time. So it's a very interesting thing to observe, because I will put out a new version occasionally, and some of the comments that you get on that are, Angband, why would you change that? I mean, it was good already, wasn't it? And you don't know where to start with a comment like that, because first, I'm hoping that my new version is making it better. And also, I don't know which bit you're talking about was already good. Do you mean version 2.6 or 2.8 or 3.0 or what? I don't know. So a game that has existed over such a long span has a very eclectic range of viewpoints that people have of it. But, you know, it's still a great thing to be maintainer of. Okay, second point. And again, this is kind of a function of being a really long-term game. Traditions build up over how to play games. And so people play the game, they talk about it, the developers listen to what the people who are playing are talking about, they fix bugs, they incorporate new features that people think might be interesting. And so you have this kind of symbiosis between the game and its tradition. Angband had a particular twist on that because it was extensively modded in the 90s particularly. And so there is a huge array of Angband variants. So you had this constant process of people writing their own mod for Angband, releasing it as a variant, the original maintainers then absorbing bits of that back into the main game. And so you get this long interweaving process of the game and the tradition. And there's another very interesting thing that happened with Angband specifically here, where it was assumed for a very long time that the best way to play Angband was extraordinarily conservatively. So it's a big, long game. You have to dive to the bottom of 100-level dungeon and kill the main boss, Morgoth. And it's very easy to die along the way, obviously. And so it was accepted wisdom that you would play slowly and carefully because you really didn't want to die. And so it made it a very long game, and that made people even more conservative because you wouldn't want to lose a month's worth of play because you did something careless, or you played when you were too tired, or your cat stood on the keyboard. And so this was believed for a long time. Conservative play, you've got to do it. Don't go below level 20 without having free action, that sort of thing. And then somewhere in the mid-2000s, some players started saying, well, no, actually, that's not the best way to play. It's not just boring, but you're actually better in terms of number of games you complete successfully, to play aggressively, to dive hard, to take down stairs as soon as you can, and to, sure, you'll lose some characters, but you can play 5 characters to level 20 in the same time as you used to be playing 1 to level 24. And so this is an interesting example, I think, of when the tradition has actually changed gameplay considerably, and that has in turn influenced the development post that, because rather than the assumption being that everybody will be being ultra conservative, the assumption now in development is that no, people are probably not being ultra conservative. Although, again, Angband is a game which fundamentally doesn't tell its players how to play it. So, there'll still be some doing conservative play as well, presumably. Now, Angband does have a long tradition. And on a good day, that's a wonderful thing. It's, I'm a maintainer of a game that's been around for a long time. It has a proud history in roguelike games and in games in general. On a bad day, that's all just baggage. And one thing that you can do which frees you from this baggage is to just fork the game, make a new variant. And, it can be themed around something. It can just have some tweaks that you like or whatever. And typically the community as a whole is very, very accepting of this. They'll be quite hard on the original game, and they'll complain about things that go wrong and so on. But if somebody puts out a variant, they'll be excited about it and positive and say, oh yes, there are wonderful ideas in this game. And by the way, you should know that every time you read a scroll, the game crashes, but they are still very accepting. So this is, people talk a lot about having a vision for a game, and certainly as a game developer, you have to have a vision and you have to have idea of what you should be doing. And you have grand plans, but very commonly you put your grand plans into effect and you put out the game, and some people will not like what you've done. And sometimes a lot of people won't like what you've done. So it is very good to get feedback, early feedback if possible. Something Sean Main said yesterday, he said one of the things that is most useful to do is do early playtesting, and putting it out to the players early is a very good way to get early feedback, and something I would advise for everybody. Best practice is getting stuff done. Yeah. So the whole playtest early thing is a good idea. Also, if you want to actually make progress on improving your game, particularly if it's an existing game that is out there, avoiding going down rabbit holes is a really good idea. Actually, it's probably even more true if it's not an existing game that's out there and if you're still developing it. You want to do it right and you want to do it well, but sometimes you just need to do it and get it out there. Final one, and hopefully leaving a little time for questions. Community. The Angband community is just awesome. There are, we have forums, we discuss improvements to the game, we discuss what's right with it, we discuss what's wrong with it. And so many ideas that I have had and that other people have had have been improved massively by discussion and by playtesting and so on. And the wider roguelike community I've particularly discovered over these last 2 days is also absolutely great. You people are all part of that. Give yourselves a pat on the back. You're awesome. And now, chance for questions.
Well, excellent. I would agree that the 2 days, this has been a showcase of a lot of the lovely people in the community. And yeah, we do have plenty of questions, more than we'll have time to get into, unfortunately, but we'll go through a couple. So starting with Evan Balster, who asked, what do you add or change in a game that's been mature for decades?
Oh, all sorts of things. So one of the things that happens about a game that's been around for decades is it can get a little ossified. You can get mechanics in it that no longer work the way they were intended to. So a good example here is you look at traps, and traps became a thing where, the general idea is simple. You're walking along, you hit a trap, something bad happens. But then so you had to work out ways for the player getting around that. They had to have perception where they'd notice the trap, or they have spells to detect traps. And eventually it had degenerated to the point where every character would get easy trap detection early on in the game. And now, what's the point? Everybody just detects the traps, and it's a press button not to die sort of scenario. So a few years back, we completely reworked the trap system so that traps were interesting again. And there are a whole lot of mechanics like that where maybe it started off in a way that worked, and it's gradually degenerated over time, or where it never really worked, but nobody was saying.
Right, and a chance to deossify, to shake off
Yeah.
the calcium. Excellent. I think we maybe have one more question, hopefully not too, a pretty quick one from Brett Whitty of, has Eggman changed due to speedrunner interest? Is that something that's come up recently?
Not a huge amount. It's always been a little bit of a, there have been competitions. There's a sort of an ongoing Angband competition thing, and that is usually judged by turn count. And so speedrunning has always been a kind of a thing to some extent. So it's probably not a new thing for Angband.
Right. It's just been a part of it for the history of it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, there are more questions that we'll try and make sure to send to you. And if people have time at the end and want to join you, and if you're available in the Rogue speaker breakout room at the end of this slot of talks, then yeah, we can get more into Angband. But thank you so much. I'm glad you were finally able to attend.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Nick. All right. For our next lightning talk, we have Nathan Savant. Hello, Nathan. Hey.
Hello, Alexi.
All right. You've made it.
Yay.
Nathan, narrative and game designer. You wrote You Believe Actions Speak Louder Than Words, so I take that to mean you don't want an introduction.
I was planning my own, so it's fine either way, to be honest.
There you
so it doesn't
go.
matter.
Well, then take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex. So hi, I'm Nathan Savant. I'm a game and narrative designer, as she just said. I research film, books, and other storytelling media. Basically, I'm just trying to understand how to tell character stories that fit into gameplay, and how to design gameplay that fits into character stories, and everything involved therein. So this is going to be a pretty dense talk. I'm gonna apologize in advance, basically, for I'm gonna have to go pretty quick through a lot of very deep subjects. We can talk more after, basically. So let's just dive right in. So procedurally generated stories, they're kind of a new frontier. It can be a little bit difficult to tell a story between all of your randomly generated pieces that you're making. Not only that, you're probably not really a writer yourself. You're probably programmers. You're probably working on solo projects, and you just have way too much to do already. So how do you fit a story in with all of your procedural systems? How do you procedurally summon the deep magics of satisfying storytelling? Well, to sort of answer this, we'll look at how the ancients do it. We'll look at Lord of the Rings, their quest structure overall. I'm going to cite some specifics along the way. Mostly, I'm going to keep things pretty high level. It's a short talk. I don't want to go into super technical details about anything. I'm going to keep all the terms and concepts simple as well. A hammer is a simple tool. You use it to build decidedly not simple things, right? So quests. Quests are stories. Because quests are stories, quests break down into 3 sections. You have a beginning, you have a middle, and you have an end. Each of those sections of the story has particular needs, so we can break all those down into their component pieces to kind of understand how they work a little bit better. And obviously through the lens of Lord of the Rings. So let's start at the beginning. How does Frodo get the quest to destroy the ring? You might respond saying that Gandalf gives it to him. It's technically not true. Like, Gandalf gives Frodo the quest to deliver the ring to the elves, and then Frodo gives himself the quest to deliver the ring to Mordor once he kind of understands the situation more fully. So right there, we have 2 possible options. We have someone gives Frodo the first quest, and then Frodo accepts the second quest himself internally. And in both of those cases, Frodo accepts willingly, but a player might not, free will and all that. So how do we break all this down? Well, we end up with 3 groups of information. We have a type of response, which is whether or not the player's accepting the quest pretty much yes or no. We have the type of choice it was, which is were they, making a choice they were aware of, where they just kind of stumble into it. And then you have the mechanics of the acceptance, which is what did they actually do to accept the quest. So let's start with the type of response, because this is the simplest, and break that down. So Frodo accepts the main quest willingly, but he just as likely, in a game at least, might have refused the quest, right? If he were a player, he could have just said, well, did my job, good luck, folks, and then walked away. That's a valid response here. It's also valid if he had done that and then felt guilty later and come back. Or if he had tried to do that and then like Gandalf walks up to him and like hits him over the head with a stick and says, no, get back in there. These are all valid depending on the story, depending on the type of protagonist that you have, your characters, whatever. So let's write all that down as types of response when offered a quest. So you can accept the quest, you can reject the quest. You can reject the quest and then accept it later. And you can reject the quest and then be forced to accept it later. Each of those things will change how the rest of the quest is perceived, and thus will tell the story in a slightly different way without you having to necessarily write anything. Then the next piece of this to be aware of is, how was the quest offered? Did someone walk up to Frodo and say, hey, do you want a quest? Was Gandalf standing around with an exclamation mark over his head? No, but it's not too far off of that either. So Lord of the Rings starts with a very normal video game thing. Frodo accepts the first part of the quest when Gandalf asks him for help. That's easy. That's a standard quest giver situation. But how does Gandalf accept his part of this quest? Gandalf accepts his part of the quest by gaining some knowledge when he reads a bunch of old books and he kind of realizes what he has to do. This is another internal acceptance. But this time, there's no mention of a quest at all. He just gets the idea from some books or scrolls or whatever, as it were. And then as the story goes, there's a bunch of other characters who get a bunch of other different quests in a bunch of different ways. We can play a little bit fast and loose with the definition of quest here because basically the triggers are the same anyway. But so you have quests that can trigger when a character enters a certain area. Like as an example, maybe you have to fight the giant spider because you enter its nest, right? So you have quests that can trigger because you interact with an object. Maybe it makes some noise and it just changes your quest because now you have to respond because people are aware that you're there, that type of thing. You can have other types of quests which are accepted because a character just has an item, and that's one's kind of the premise of the whole story, right? Like you put on the ring, you get this quest, you can't refuse, and completing that quest is bad for society at large, really. So basically, this all breaks down into 3 types of choice. You can make a conscious choice on purpose because you are offered more information. You can make an implied choice by walking into a space or doing some other action that accepts a quest without being aware of it. And you can have just no choice at all, and you're just destined to complete this particular task regardless of what you do or what your choices that you're making. So let's write all those down. You have the conscious choice, the implied choice, and no choice. And then the last part of all this are the mechanics of the acceptance. Those are the actions that you actually take. So do you accept the quest by talking to someone in kind of a traditional video game way? Do you accept the quest by interacting with an object in the world? Like maybe it's a job board or a treasure map that you get your quest from. Do you accept the quest by picking up an item or gaining some knowledge or entering a space, or maybe even just by using an action? Like maybe you cast a spell that's been deemed illegal by the magical authorities and now you're on the run, right? So those are all valid ways of accepting a quest. So let's write all those down. So you have interact with a character, interact with an object, gain an item, gain some knowledge, enter an area, and use a verb. And now with that, that's the beginning of the quest. We've covered every way that a quest might start. So what do we do when we're on the quest? What happens in the middle? Well, in this example, we have, basically think of the One Ring. Once you put it on, you've accepted the evil quest. This draws ring wraiths to you. As long as you have the ring on, you have kind of a status effect that flags you as a target for flying Nightmare Ghost King dudes. So what can we do to our game's protagonist? Well, what types of things can happen? And so you break down into 2 categories. You have internal struggles and external struggles. So external struggles are things which happen to around your character. You're already very familiar with these. These are just things like cutscenes, scripted sequences, just like the events that are happening kind of around your character or to your character, etc. These are things like environments which can change as part of a quest, like Perhaps, an army of orcs invades, or the Ents march off to war, right? You have things like the ring wraiths, which are external gameplay elements, which change the way you have to interact with the world. You can't follow normal roads right now because the ring wraiths are after you. You also can't light fires either because they will see it. So your core gameplay has changed because of some, difference in, some mechanical change here, like something is out to get you, basically. So let's write all of that out. Yeah, so that's the specific events, the cutscenes, sequences, etc. The environments that you go to, whether that's changing or just new places that you get access to, and then mechanical stresses, which are any kind of gameplay things like status effects or different enemies, and those types of things. And then on the other half of this are the internal struggles. So the internal struggles are how those things affect your character's mental state. Wearing the ring causes these evil Ghost King dudes to come and hunt Frodo, but not wearing the ring causes Frodo to feel increasingly stressed. The more he resists the psychic pull of the ring, the worse his mind gets. So in games, unlike film or books, though, internal struggles are not just some abstract concept. In games, we actually represent them in a specific and concrete way. And that way is through the UI. This is what the UI is for. It exists as a means of communicating character state to the player. You can animate the UI to note that your character takes a blow to the head. Maybe they can't remember their skills right now. You can make somebody blind by blocking out their screen, or just cover their eyes with something because they have something on their face, right? You can do the same with audio. You can block out the audio or distort the audio, and that changes kind of how your character is perceiving things. You can do all sorts of things here, basically. This is what the UI is for. We generally tend to only use the UI for health points, things like that. There's a ton of room here for different types of communication, if you want them, if they fit into the scope of your project, of course. And so if UI is communicating the short term, what about the long term? Well, character progression trees represent the type of person that your character can imagine themselves becoming, and that can change over the course of a story. So maybe you talk to a mentor and you unlock a new skill tree, right? Or maybe you suffer some trauma and you lose a skill tree, right? Maybe accepting a quest grants you a new skill for a short amount of time, or maybe you pick up a magical item and you get a new skill that way. A person's abilities can expand and contract over time as is necessary. As an example of this, we see the hobbits throughout the story. They all learn to use swords while they're out in the wilds, but throughout the entire story, their primary verb remains sneak. And then the most complicated way of communicating an internal struggle is through moment-to-moment gameplay. So The Last of Us has that moment where Ellie doesn't respond to you when you press a button, right? That's a mechanical representation of an internal struggle. Maybe your character no longer moves as they once did because they can't focus anymore. Maybe they can no longer distinguish friend from foe because they're just so angry. There's lots of design stuff you can do there. It's all very, very touchy. So you just have to be very careful. Like 99% of the time, changing the player's movement speed or the response to an input command is about the worst thing you can do to them. But it is a tool in your toolbox, so let's write that down. So we have UI animations of any kind, alterations, whatever. You have character progression, whether that's skill trees or abilities, and you have mechanical interactions, things like changing the inputs. And then with that, we come to the end. The end of the quest is the reward. So what is the reward for having done whatever the thing was? In other types of story, the reward is usually just a return to normalcy. So you've destroyed the ring, go home to the Shire, relax, get married, whatever. In games, this is also basically true. The alterations that you're doing to the game mechanics, the UI, etc., all those things I've been talking about, those are all exhausting. You have to apply these things very carefully and very much with intention. In Lord of the Rings, if you notice, the main quest is the only one that has significant alterations to the gameplay. Like the Palantir kind of slightly alters things. You have to carry an orb in a certain way. And then there's like lots of environment changes, and like as kings become corrupt or whatever, and those types of things happen, but they aren't direct character effects. So basically, just be aware that anything you change about the interface is stressful to the player and pace accordingly. These are powerful tools, use them carefully. Also, if you're wanting to hear more about the sort of traditional roguelike or the traditional reward design in a game, I'm not going to be going into that so much. There's a million other talks that are going to go in way more detail than I ever could. So I'll leave that to them. And with that, that's the final graphic for me. So this is how you break down your quest into its component parts and hopefully do something a little bit more interesting than your average game manages to do. This is just a very simple set of examples from one book, obviously. I urge each of you to take the thought process here. Hopefully you can glean enough from it to apply this to your own favorite books, movies, TV show, plays, whatever. There's a lot you can learn from other media, and hopefully this is kind of showing you a little bit of how to do that. Feel free to ask questions if there's time left, and here's my contact information for anybody who wants it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, I think that, yeah, I mean, Melanie put it directly. It's a very idea-provoking kind of framework. So, yeah, people enjoyed that in the skill tree metaphor. I think that it's got people thinking insofar as they're able to think at this point in the conference. So,
so far as anybody's able to think this far in the conference,
yeah. But no, it is really interesting. I know even when we saw the proposal, it's really cool to see that kind of approach applied to written narrative that is a novel. We cover a lot of strange topics in Roguelike Celebration. I don't know if we'd had like a quest analysis of a written novel before. So yeah, it's a first. So yeah, we could maybe fit one question if we had a chance. Oh, Kristen, you from the quest talk earlier.
Sure.
Do you think you can have a quest without narrative?
Sure. I mean, Mario.
Yeah.
I mean, define your definition of narrative, of course, but
yeah.
I mean,
Kristen
I think
did the
so.
definition of quest, but
right. Well, yeah, and that's a whole. I'll leave the semantics to her.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to get into the definition of narrative. Excellent. All right. Well, I think then that we will let you go, and if people want to talk further, they can maybe grab you in the warrior speaker breakout room. But thank you so much for attending.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, and we are going to head into our very final lightning talk of the day. And it's worked out quite nicely because even though he submitted as a pseudonym to begin with, we were delighted to learn that our final speaker of the day will be our very own Noah Schwartz, the kind of original organizer of Roguelike Celebration, who stepped back from organizing but has now returned to the stage as a speaker. We're going to be using a recorded talk, but then he's going to be around for live Q&A. So cue up the talk. However that goes.
Hello, I'm Noah Schwartz, and this is my talk for the 2021 Roguelike Celebration. It's about the book The Tombs of Atuan and how I feel that it embodies a lot of the aspects of the roguelike genre. This is my first talk at the Roguelike Celebration, so I'm really happy to be here. So thanks for having me. Before we get into it, I want to call out that there will definitely be spoilers in this talk. Both spoilers about the book and about the Earthsea saga, as well as for NetHack. I'm going to be talking about their similarities, so I'm going to be talking about a lot of endgame content in NetHack, as well as passages from the book and its plot. So if you want to read the book unspoiled, or you want to play NetHack unspoiled, you may want to not watch this talk or close your ears for parts of it. I highly recommend both, and hopefully you've gotten the chance to do so before watching this talk. For those of you who aren't aware, The Tombs of Atuan is the second book in the Earthsea trilogy. There are now 6 Earthsea books, so not quite a trilogy anymore, but it was written in 1969 and released in 1970. It's really good. If you haven't read it, you should go read it. I read the first one, I think, in 5th grade, looking for a high fantasy adventure. Hello, I'm Noah Schwartz, and this is my talk for the 2021 Roguelike Celebration. It's about the book The Tombs of Atuan and how I feel that it embodies a lot of the aspects of the roguelike genre. This is my first talk at the Roguelike Celebration, so I'm really happy to be here. So thanks for having me. Before we get into it, I want to call out that there will definitely be spoilers in this talk. Both spoilers about the book and about the Earthsea saga, as well as for NetHack.
Sorry, folks, just to explain, we're trying to figure out if we can up the volume right now. And yeah, thank you for your patience as we attempt to do this. We didn't have to play any of our backup videos. We didn't actually have to play a video until now. So that's the reason for the starting and stopping here. Slight technical difficulties. The aspect ratio got a little bit off. Trying to fix that. So much stuff. Oh, we got a special technical difficulties slide. Look at that. It's kind of nice we didn't get an excuse to use this before, but it's a very nice overlay. Yeah, sometimes you unlock content with failure. Yeah.
Thing, and I got something very different. Ursula Le Guin writes really good characters. It's really about the personal struggles of the people. I didn't pick up another book, the second one, until much later in life. In fact, shortly after I had finished NetHack, and I really felt that there were a lot of similarities between the two. And I thought to myself, this is like the most roguelike book I've ever read. I wonder if there's something there. The game I'm going to be talking about is NetHack. It's the game that I have the most familiarity with. I think a lot of these things are shared between it and Rogue, but I'm specifically going to talk about NetHack's story elements because I've played it the most. Hello, I'm Noah Swartz, and this is my talk for the 2021 Roguelike Celebration. It's about the book The Tombs of Atuan and how I feel that it embodies a lot of the aspects of the roguelike genre. This is my first talk at the Roguelike Celebration, so I'm really happy to be here. So thanks for having me. Before we get into it, I want to call out that there will definitely be spoilers in this talk. Both spoilers about the book and about the Earthsea saga, as well as for NetHack. I'm going to be talking about their similarities, so I'm going to be talking about a lot of endgame content in NetHack, as well as passages from the book and its plot. So if you want to read the book unspoiled, or you want to play NetHack unspoiled, you may want to not watch this talk or close your ears for parts of it. I highly recommend both, and hopefully you've gotten the chance to do so before watching this talk. For those of you who aren't aware, The Tombs of Atuan is the second book in the Earthsea trilogy. There are now 6 Earthsea books, so not quite a trilogy anymore, but it was written in 1969 and released in 1970. It's really good. If you haven't read it, you should go read it. I read the first one, I think, in 5th grade, looking for a high fantasy adventure thing, and I got something very different. Ursula Le Guin writes really good characters. It's really about the personal struggles of the people. I didn't pick up another book, the second one, until much later in life. In fact, shortly after I had finished NetHack, and I really felt that there were a lot of similarities between the two. And I thought to myself, this is like the most roguelike book I've ever read. I wonder if there's something there. The game I'm going to be talking about is NetHack. It's the game that I have the most familiarity with. I think a lot of these things are shared between it and Rogue, but I'm specifically going to talk about NetHack's story elements because I've played it the most and I've actually ascended in it, whereas I've never successfully completed a game of Rogue. So one of the first things that comes up in the book is there's this character, Arha, or Tanar, who gets conscripted into a priesthood for an unnamed elder god. She becomes a priestess there at this temple and spends her days inside the temple taking care of it, protecting its treasure, and living there. Now, those of you who have played through a game of NetHack and gotten to the end game will remember that at the end there is a high priestess of Moloch who, much like Arha, protects the temple, spends her days living there, waiting for adventurers to come through so that she can protect the Amulet of Yendor. Here are some pictures from the back of the book. You can see that this diagram of the hall and the tombstones actually bears a lot of resemblance to this final scene in the game of NetHack. You have a graveyard and a temple and a wall in between, and much like that, you have that here in the book. So there's only one priestess canonically in the book. Every time one dies, a new one is found, and much like that, there is a single unique High Priestess of Moloch in the game of NetHack. On the right here, you see these diagrams of the labyrinth. This is the undertomb, or the area underneath the temple of the unnamed gods. And for those of you who have played a lot of roguelike, you may remember a lot of areas like this, these twisting mazes of confusing turns meant to slow you down and befuddle you. Well, that is exactly the point of these labyrinths under the temple, and it is what our lone hero encounters as he goes on his quest for the amulet. In the book, the hero is a wizard named Ged, who you have seen in the previous Earthsea books and is sort of the protagonist throughout all of them. He is on a quest for an amulet, which I'll get to in a second. So we have this maze in the Undertomb, which you see in this diagram. It really reminded me of these mazes in NetHack. And yes, what is Ged looking for? He's looking for a mystical amulet, much like in NetHack. He doesn't quite know what it is. He knows that it's powerful and that it has a lot of significance. It's very important for him to get it from this tomb and bring it back out. And just like in NetHack, you have the Amulet of Yendor. You don't quite know why it's so important, but it has really important powers, and it's gonna change the world, or at least appease your god. So you must go on this quest for it. Well, Ged is in the same situation, and he has dedicated his life. He's willing to risk it to go retrieve this amulet of power, though he doesn't quite know what effect it will have. On his quest, he provokes the priestess, and she traps him in the dungeon. He gets lost in these labyrinths, and what happens? A truly roguelike thing. The hunger clock, takes its toll on him. So we've all probably had a situation in NetHack where you're stuck in a room, you can't find the exits, you're searching all the walls. Well, Ged has the same thing. The door is locked, he can't get out, and he goes from being sated to hungry to fainting. A common form of death in the roguelike genre. And it's right here in this book, the origin of the hunger clock. Luckily, Arha takes mercy on him, nurses him back to health, and they continue their quest for the amulet. Much like in a game of NetHack, they find it downstairs and go to a whole new area of the dungeon that they've never encountered before. Seeing new things, they believe the amulet is further down in the darker reaches of it. But just like in NetHack, there are dangerous traps along the way. Luckily, Arha is a skilled and experienced player, and she knows that proper strategy is to search every tile before you step on it, just in case there's a trap. And she manages to find one of these traps before falling into a pit to her presumed death. They manage to escape it and make their way to the area, the treasure room, where the amulet is stored. But getting the amulet is only part of the game. For those of you who have finished NetHack, you have to escape with the amulet too. Well, much like in NetHack, as you are escaping, there are still obstacles that they have to overcome. They get very confused, they lose their way. I know as you escape in NetHack, parts of the dungeon that you've been to before disappear, you forget what they look like, you get teleported back and forth to sort of confuse you on your way out. Well, the same thing happens in this book. The Nameless Ones sort of exert their presence on both Ged and Arha. They become very confused, they struggle on their way out. They're not sure which directions to go, and they really have to focus to find their way out of the dungeon much slower than they would have before. And just like you might get chased by the wizard, Rodney, on your way out of a NetHack dungeon, they too feel that these nameless gods are chasing them on their way out. They're aware of their presence, they're aware of how far they are, and they threaten death if they are to lag behind. Finally, they do manage to leave the dungeon with the amulet. And while I'm not exactly sure this is what happens in the code in NetHack, but I'm going to presume that it is, once they leave the dungeon, it disappears. You can't go back to it. And so the same thing happens in this book. As soon as they escape, the dungeon crumbles into the ground, it's swallowed whole, and disappears. You know, much like in NetHack, I assume that's what's canonically happening, but yeah, you know, it's a single game, single run, that seed is gone now that they've escaped with the amulet, and you can't go back to the same dungeon. So, to recap, I think that there are a lot of similarities. They both take place in these twisty, dark dungeons full of traps and danger, with long mazes that they have to adventure through. There's a single adventurer, in this case it's a wizard by the name of Ged, who is on his quest for the amulet. There's a hunger clock, and of course, permadeath. You know, you can't just wander around forever. There really are consequences to that. There's stairs to multiple levels, traps that they have to watch out for and search for, and of course, they're both looking for this amulet at the end of their quest that they have to take from the dungeon and escape with. Now, that escape is very difficult. They're being chased by these nameless ones. They're being confused. But there is this real feeling of real consequences. It's a long, arduous, emotional journey. Ged goes through lots of states of hope, feeling very confident, to disheartenment, feeling very scared, much like I have, and maybe you all have in our long games of NetHack. You know, you're 30 hours in, you have this elation, and then this despair, and then elation as you escape various traps. There's the same emotional roller coaster in the game. But the real question is, did this actually have an influence on the roguelike genre? Did any of the developers read this book or were aware of it? I know many people cite Dungeons & Dragons or Tolkien as influences on roguelikes, but I was curious to know if this book also did. So I took the liberty of emailing the developers, and I got this great email back from Michael Toy, who, among other influences, did say that he had read this book multiple times, and probably subconsciously it did affect his vision of what should go into Rogue. At least, you know, the quest for the amulet, but also sort of this emotional roller coaster or real life consequences. And I think that there are definitely a few more similarities. So that's my talk. Thank you all so much for listening to it. And I want to take a moment here at the end of this wonderful conference to thank all of the organizers and all of the speakers and all of the people who have put time into making this happen. It's really great to see it happen for another year, and I hope that you all had a wonderful time, and let's all give them a big round of applause for all of the work that they put into it. So thank you so much, and if there's time, maybe I can take questions.
All right. Well, thank you. I mean, don't give us your claps. Give Noah your claps. Claps enough for everybody. Yeah. And hello, we have you live.
Hello. Good to be back.
It's good to have you back.
Nice to see everyone. Yeah, although I've been on stage a lot at the Roguelike Celebration, this is in fact my first talk. So it's very cool to be able to finally give a talk here.
Yeah, and what a talk. I like that it ends with the, anyway, this isn't just hypothetical here. I talked to the developers.
Well, you know, I spent a lot of time emailing roguelike developers in my capacity as organizer of Roguelike Celebration. So I'm
yeah,
very
you got
used
quite
to it.
the Rolodex.
Mm-hmm. I'm standing by with my copy of Tombs of Atuan, the dog-eared version that I took a lot of notes in for this talk, but I don't know if anyone ended up asking any questions.
It looks like we don't have any firm questions so far, though I'm curious. I think one that might be interesting is just if you have any other recommendations of Ursula Le Guin books that might be good for people to check out.
That are roguelike related or just generally good?
I mean, maybe just generally, I guess both.
Everyone that I have read is quite good. Lathe of Heaven is also very short and really well written. The entire Earthsea series is great. I highly recommend it to anyone who hasn't read it.
Cool. We have one question from DVD. Will you be at the Internet Archive on Thursday?
No, unfortunately, I'm out of town. But I look forward to seeing, well, I hope next year's Roguelike Celebration we can all meet in person again, and I look forward to seeing a lot of you there. Since there aren't other questions, I'll take this opportunity again to express my thanks to all of the organizers for carrying on the conference and making it run really well for a 6th year. All the talks that I caught were really great. I hope all of you had a really fun time. And it's great to see the event thriving.
Thanks, Noah. I mean, yeah, I know, speaking for myself, and I'm sure the other current organizers, really thankful for you, and the work that you did putting this together. It was very important to me as a attendee and speaker, and now it's great to get a chance to make sure it keeps running.
Yeah, and I can't see chat, but I hope all of you are expressing your thanks to the organizers. Send them nice notes, shout them out on Twitter. As a former organizer, I know how much it matters when people say nice things, so I'm sure they'll appreciate it.
People are doing a lot of dancing in chat, which is also appreciated because, we wrote the dance corpus, so it's nice to see people enjoy it. All right. Well, then, thank you, Noah. And I hope you enjoyed your first time speaking at Roguelike Celebration.
It was great. I hope you all enjoyed the talk.
Thank you. All right, everyone. We're here at the end of another great year. And that, segued quite nicely in that we're very thankful to all of you for attending. It's obviously what makes this conference. It would just be a bunch of us talking to each other in, the blank nothingness of space, if not for everyone here. So thank you to that. And thank you to all of our great speakers who also are, what you actually mostly come here for. And really just every year we're blown away by the kind of submissions that we get. I hope that you also appreciate, we get a nice breadth of speakers. And if you're interested in speaking, some people on the team, including myself, like to work with people for some mentorship. So if you have an idea and you're not sure quite how to spin it, or if you have an idea but you're worried about not having spoken before, don't let that hold you back. We love to work with people to help them get out there and give your first talk like Noah. Also want to thank Maggie, our white coat captioner, who's been doing the live captioning this whole time. Thank you so much. Does a fantastic job. Thank you to Marlo, who designed our shirts, which again, you'll have a chance to still order until I believe the 23rd. So get on top of that. We also have mouse pads designed by Sam. And thanks again to Kristen, who did our overlays, which were fantastic. And we got to see the technical difficulties one for the first time. Wonderful. The Steam sale is still ongoing and we'll be going through to Monday. So give that a look. And as Em just mentioned in chat, this is Maggie's 4th year or so of captioning for us. So really it's become an important part of the conference behind the scenes. And we're really thankful it keeps coming back. And yeah, I wanted to kind of do a quick run through of thanking the volunteers, organizers. Thank you to Britta, who's the minder of our code of conduct, helps make sure this space is safe and friendly for everyone. Danny, one of our new volunteers, took on social space code-based work. StreamYard backend, schedule organizing, I think did a great job with the schedule. To M, the kind of originator of this whole social space, the driving force behind it, the creative director of what we were going to pick for our talks this year and helped kind of create some theming there, really a backbone of the conference. Kawa, producer, spreadsheet manager, keeps us all on track, wrangles the creative work to make sure we actually get it in here. Christy, social media minder, our other new volunteer, stepped up as MC along with Kawa, got us in touch with Marlo, which is wonderful. Sam, narrative genius, author of The Riddle Game, which I hope you got a chance to check out. If you didn't get to check out The Riddle Game, I'm sorry. Hopefully we'll do something like that again. But there was an entire riddle game and it was amazing. And Sam made it like in the last week or less. Wonderful. Also did all of our merch handling. Travis, other heavy lifter on the development side, really wonderful, running the StreamYard backend. Thank you so much. And Andrea of Round Guard team, not an official volunteer per se, but just showed up and said, hey, you want to have a Steam feature? I'll do all of the work. So thank you. Andrea is the reason we have that. Thank you to Phil for coming in for a while to do some greeting. I've been Alexi. I do a lot of the speaker wrangling and, your friendly neighborhood MC. And, that's all of us. And you can be one of us too. We're always looking for new volunteers. You can just send us an email at contact@roguelike.club. You can find that on the website, roguelike.club. And, if you're interested in helping, we're always looking for new volunteers. we're still going to figure out what exactly this looks like next year. I know there's a lot of talk about, is it physical? Is it in person? Is it online? It's going to be a journey like it has been for the last 2 years. So thank you for all of that. Hopefully you're on our mailing list. And if so, we'll be getting a email with a post-conference survey we really appreciate. Just helps us know how things went. We also ask you to suggest speakers we should get in touch with, which is a great way that we get new people speaking at the conference. We love people who take time to write blog posts about their time here and their thoughts, what you learned. If you write something like that, tweet it at us. Makes us happy to hear, and we're happy to share it. We've been having people leave links in the Space Hangar Lounge. The space itself is still going to be open for a little while yet, so you can still go drop some stuff there. And we'll be trying to pull everything out of it and share it with you all through either the email mailing list, the Twitter, something like that. We'll get back to you. I'll also mention, I was reminded in chat, that the social space that we run this on, it's open source. And if anyone wants to try running their own event using this kind of thing as their back end, then that would be awesome. Do that. Get in touch with us, and Anne would be happy, I think, to talk to you further. So, yeah. Lots of wonderful things. Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes.
So before we go, also I think everybody should give a big thanks to Alexi for emceeing and running and helping to put all this together, because she's been doing a ton of work. And emceeing all this time is not trivial. Just saying that before we end.
I appreciate it. It felt wrong to do too much and there's one for Alexi. So I appreciate that. I really love doing it. And like I said, my favorite thing is getting the chance to have new speakers and just give people a chance to talk about what they're passionate about. Yeah, wonderful time. Thank you so much. I kind of want to keep talking because I don't want to quite have the event be over, but it's been another great year and we're really thankful to you all for that. And, we'll be getting the talks up on the YouTube in, once we've basically been able to take a rest as organizers. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy saying your goodbyes and kind of hanging out in the social space for a little while longer. I guess actually, if the speaker breakouts, I don't know if people are still waiting around, because I know that this has been a bit of a longer goodbye, but if so, the Rogue Room is for Nick McConnell, Warrior for Nathan Savant, and Mage for Noah. Enjoy the rest of your time. Yeah, I'm going to filibuster Roguelike Celebration. You can't make me stop, but no, I'll be good. So I hope to see you all again next year, whether that's in person or online or some mix of the two. And yeah, thank you again for a great year. And let's hope that next run goes even better. Bye.